Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Christian Albert, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nodrick Jr., Abraham Hamid, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Oh, those are some of the most stupidest images I've ever seen. They're terrible.
We have new pictures from Narnia, do we?
Yeah, we do, George.
Nice to know.
Not even
Nice to
keeping
know.
up with that.
Yeah,
I'm looking at.
Guys, still talking about that?
No.
Everything like the James Webb, they're claiming it's actual photographs, and you look at the images, and it's like, come on now, you can't be that silly to think these are real photographs. Like,
It's
a
It's a color spectra photograph from an infrared device. Think about it.
yeah.
Someone did the math for the inverse square.
No, man. You guys are seeing it wrong. It was passing by the painting, and you took a picture of it.
Hey, they said it's 100 times more powerful than Hubble. You could see into the beginnings of life after the Big Bang. That's what they're claiming.
I could see millions of years back in time with my home telescope just by pointing it up. I'm seeing into the past, right? That's what they claim.
That's so funny because that's what's funny is that I saw it on a Ben Shapiro post, right? And the comment section it was like filled with which he's not a flat earther or nothing, but the comment section was just filled with backhanded comments that just leaned towards flat earth like hardcore. I was like pleasantly surprised by the comment.
Even in the NASA.
Even in telescope, the clue is in the name, isn't it? When you're talking about telescope, like television. So you buy one of these things, to look at the lights in the sky, but you need to plug it online and log in on the NASA website, and you can see these beautiful images on your laptop.
George,
from the telescope.
Go back to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. There's a lot of backhanded comments. Same thing on the NASA. If you go into the NASA live feeds, you got to look at all the comments that people are saying. A lot of flat earthers out there.
That's why they turned off the live chat.
Yeah. Because they're getting people on there. But this is the thing. There's
NASA
always
turned
a
off
remnant.
the live chat?
What do you mean they turned off the live chat? What does that mean?
Well, like on NASA videos, like how here, like when you go live and stuff, you get your live chat that you could type in, and it just constantly scrolls on YouTube. On NASA, most of the time, that's not even available anymore. It's completely shut off.
Wow.
At least all the ones because I get force-fed NASA just by looking up flat Earth stuff on YouTube all the time. So I see a lot of like NASA, like live feeds, and the chat's not there. Like you can't have conversations during a NASA thing when it's live.
Well, they used to play a little game with you.
Seen.
If they got a flat Earth comment, they would take you and shoot you in a rocket somewhere. They had fun little games they used to play with you. But now they shut it down. Maybe it's no more fun for them.
But that could be like a viewership thing. Just the fact that they got like 8 people watching it, it's not very, that doesn't look good for NASA. The fact that no one's interested in any of that crap.
It might be worth it just to make.
I keep hearing things that prick my interest up. Sorry to interrupt you, John. You said that they'd shoot you in a rocket in the chat.
Yeah, so they would say, "Okay, here's Neil. We're gonna put him in a certain rocket and send him off," and then they would just cut you out. They would kick you.
I see. So they'd suggest that you were being put in a rocket and sent to Narnia, a place that doesn't exist, which they're all worshipping in this chat feed. I see.
Yeah.
And then they ban you.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what you meant. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I like watching it now just for the humor in it. If you play the laugh track in the background, it's a joke anymore, isn't it?
Yeah, as long as you disclaim what's about to happen before it happens, before the connection falls, and you cannot observe it anymore, and then it's successful all of a sudden. As long as you disclaim before what's happening, until the moment it doesn't happen anymore, it's fine.
Hey Nathan, can you play any of that, or you can't play it? The thing I posted in Master B.
I think
James Webb.
Narnia's copywritten.
Okay.
Yeah, Narnia is copywritten.
By Narnia, I mean space.
Yep. Listen, it's all corporate bullshit. Funny. You got to hear the guy. You got to hear his speech in the beginning. Oh my goodness, it's so bullshit.
Neil, take that in for a second. What he said is so profound, and only a few people on here actually got it. I doubt that there are very many that could explain what it actually means in depth.
What's a copyright
space? Copyrighted space.
It's like copyright in the Mediterranean Sea.
I don't know what that is.
A small clarity. Stop. Just a point of clarity. Outer space.
Right.
Oh.
Well, the question becomes, how do you copyright something that somebody already has a copyright to?
Because they claim it's the Big Bang. They don't go by God.
Bro, they're telling you with one word, copyright, that it's all fake. It's production.
What about the small bang? When you say Big Bang, doesn't it imply that there was more bangs? It wasn't as big as this one or something like that?
The subtlety is sometimes lost.
What did Cuddles just say? That was
Hold on 1 second. Yes, Cuddles. Sometimes the subtlety is lost. Don't let it phase you. Just breathe out. Let it pass.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I'd love for somebody to actually go in depth, but I doubt I would find that.
Yeah, sometimes it's like with the puns. They're better left subtle. The guy that understands what you're talking about and appreciates it doesn't need it over-explaining. You wanting to have it over-explained so that the general masses pick up what you're putting down. The process is too complicated for them to want to pick up. So, I'm not pouring scorn on anybody here, but that's what we just saw, didn't we? Now, I just smile.
Yes, we did see it.
I take that personal when you say pun. You're obviously referring to me every time.
No.
Hold on. That was a good one the other
just
day.
mean in general. A pun is better left. Let it not be explained or repeated. And then for the guy or girl who gets it, and it's not explained, they're in on the joke. And that, to me, is as close as you can get to an in-joke, if you know what an in-joke is.
Yes. But you're right if you look at it from that perspective. That's why people always say on TV, no pun intended, meaning they're going to pun. It's obviously a pun. And if they were like me, you would intend it. If you're like them and they're trying to keep the stature of I'm a newsman
I kind of agree. No pun intended means if I'd have been a bit more subtle and clever with more forethought, I could have turned that into a clever pun and not mentioned it, but I didn't, and there's a pun in that, so I'll mention no pun intended, so you know there's a pun in there, so you can try and find the humour in it. That's what I take no pun. Anyway, we're diverging away from something that Cuddle says about space. and about the fakery and the Narnia land and all the things that we discuss it as here, and some of the subtlety in the very real impact that has is lost on some people. Now, that's fine, but in a way, I quite like that. It always reminds me, at an extreme level, and I'm not saying I'm like this, of Validation Boy. I gave this example a few weeks ago, where he was saying maybe it would be better if we just didn't talk about it because, yeah, we know it's flat, we know we're right, but why don't we just leave it that way? Let's just keep it our secret. Just not bother telling anybody. Yeah, we know. And when somebody talks about the globe, you just have a little wry smile to yourself. That was his attitude. Why go out and be ridiculed and told that you're wrong, so you have to try and prove it to somebody and prove yourself? And when you know, just get on with your life and know that you're right. That was his attitude. And in the same way, when subtle information gets put down and people want to just talk straight through it because they're not really listening, you just have to kind of let that go and know that there is somebody out there that will pick out what you've tried to put down through the audio chaos. Cuddles.
What am I missing here? The beginning of the show to give me context?
You're not. You just joined late, and it's not going to get explained again. There wasn't a pun though.
No, I'm not saying.
Hold on, but
hang on, Neil.
Just calm down, Neil.
I'm not looking for a pun. I got plenty, so I got spare puns. I'm not worried about puns. Your show is called Flat Earth Debate for a reason. It's not to talk in subtleties. We go out there and prove a lie. So I'm trying to figure out what you just said about what I didn't hear, so I don't know the context.
We're talking about space being copywritten, right? If space is a real place,
like outer space, because I heard
outer space, right? You can't copyright, for instance, lush green fields. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Obviously.
But Narnia.
Hold on, yeah, you can.
If you filmed them, you're not copyrighting the fields. You're copyrighting your footage.
Wait a minute. So somebody.
You copyright live now. No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Hold on. Let's get this corrected then. Go ahead, John. Hold on, 10th. Hold on,
copyright
Cuddles.
live now.
Getting further and further away from Cuddles' point. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I didn't object
That's
or
fine.
say anything because
That's fine.
You can copyright live now.
You can copyright what now? I was apologising through the top of you.
John, your mic is shot again today.
Life. Okay. He said you can copyright.
We all just need to be quiet, and we might hear him. Me included.
I am quiet.
Let's try that one more time. Go ahead, John.
You can copyright live now.
You can copyright life now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Monsanto has copyrights on life.
They're not. Is that not GMO life though?
It is live.
Their version of life is an altered version of what they're calling life, which has got a lot of caveats around it. But I think I know what you mean. I'm not that well, up on Monsanto, but I know what they do and what I thought I knew they copyrighted. I haven't looked into any of this. You can probably tell I'm bullshitting my way around it straight away, but I'll just disclaim that. But I've got a vague idea about what they do. Do you want to expand on what you mean?
Dogs. You can copyright dog breeds now. There's all sorts of things that can be copywritten that are true. But so I don't see how something being copywritten automatically makes it false.
Okay, that was a perfect segue back to Cuddles. He's tuned out. We're so far devoid from his original statement.
I think you can't copyright the exists. That's why pharmaceutical companies don't use natural versions of the form they're creating. They use the synthetic because it has a patent.
Yeah, that was the point I just made, but John still disagreed with that.
Like you can't patent mushrooms because they already exist. You have to create your own mushroom to patent it, type of thing.
Yeah, sure. Like John's example with dog breeds is a similar thing, isn't it? Right? If you breed two different types of dog together, the Labradoodle, right? Well, what are we talking about? Let's be honest here. This isn't somehow copywriting the genes of those two dogs. We're copywriting the arbitrary naming of those two breeds mixed together as one with a new name we make up arbitrarily, and then copyrighting that.
They copyrighted the place that they made up themselves, which is outer space. They named it, they described it, and then they copyrighted it.
You're late to this discussion. That's where we started. I tried to reintroduce Cuddles because that was his point. That was what Cuddles had said. That was the original point, but obviously you're the last to join. Or maybe you weren't, Brian, I can't remember. It doesn't matter. The point is that was what Cuddles was... Go on.
I was just going to say, Cuddles said, listen to it. They copyright space. They're telling you it's fake. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, but we've progressed beyond that now. Yeah. Now everyone's up on what we're talking about. Great. But John's challenged that.
Copywritten doesn't mean right.
There he is.
It has to be something you've created or invented yourself. It has to be a reinvention of the human mind, as Einstein quoted.
Exactly.
By that
John,
standard,
can you drop and rejoin? Your mic is bad.
So by that standard, Cuddles' conclusion's correct, and your point's moot, John.
Well, there's two problems, right? You're copyrighting something that should already be owned. One, because it exists. I mean, property be property. It's owned. All property is owned. Maybe not by us, but it's owned.
I'd like to also point out that...
Hold on. You've just convoluted things too much there, Cuddles. Space isn't property. It's the lack of property. It's the lack of stuff.
They wouldn't be able to put a copyright.
Hold on, Brian. Everyone else, does no one pick up when I say someone's name? It's beyond people. Cuddles, the guy who was talking to and getting a response. That's who I was hoping would reply. Thanks, Cuddles.
No, you're right. That's probably too far in the weeds. They copyrighted something. It's video. They're telling you it's fake.
Correct. It's an invention. That's why you can copyright it, because it's been invented. The idea is invented.
Just trying to figure out if this is a non sequitur, basically, between the two things. Now, up until now, John's the only person that's stepped in to say, no, this is non sequitur, because you can copyright basically anything. So then that's progressed on to, however, if it was something that existed that could be copyright and copywritten prior to that point where it was copywritten, then you've got a connection, because it would have been copywritten already. Kind of a loose...
Well,
go on.
You can't copyright something that you didn't create or your company didn't create. You must create the thing to copyright it. And that's the point that's been made in Discord there. That's the point I was trying to make.
You can discover it. You can discover it.
Great. I'm glad we're back onto the controversial topic. Okay. John, go ahead.
What can I copyright? Yeah, but
John,
come on.
Go ahead.
You can discover something and copyright it.
Really?
Yes. For example, for example, the sealed speaker was copywritten after the ported speaker, even though it was fairly well known that you can put speakers in a box. People didn't. When someone did, after they'd put it in a box and put a port in it and tuned the port to a particular frequency, then afterwards somebody saying, well, let's just not put a port in it, have it sealed and copyright it. So the copyright for the sealed speaker came after the tuned ported speaker, which is just a sealed box with a tune, like a horn or whatever, a port that's tuned to a frequency. Well, that came late. That came before the sealed box. So yeah, it just has to be discovered. Somebody has to say, well, this isn't copywriting already, and I can copyright it. So they did.
But if I discover a new type of spider, can I copyright that new spider?
Oh,
because that's what John is talking about.
Well, let's go ahead and say
If you named it, you put it in, hold on. If you put it into copy, i.e. you name it, then yeah. Labradoodle.
Right, but okay, so So my thing is, there's something to copyright though. Whether you discovered it or created it, you discovered a creation, right?
Or created a creation, like Narnia.
So you either discovered something that's there or created something that's there.
Not that's there.
But how could you?
It doesn't have to be there. Narnia is not there. It only exists in copy, in print.
Right, you're just copyrighting.
So isn't there a way to elucidate which it is that they have? Well, we already have. Well, we already do. Never mind.
Well,
Yeah.
we can. Well, they say that
That
it
was
is
my
real.
point.
Elucidate it, no, because that means bring light to it. Well, no, you can't bring light to something that has no light to be brought to it, which is space. Not in terms of it's a very dark place. It's not a place at all to bring light to it.
Correct. It's just the invention of the human mind.
It was one of the best pre-show discussions we've had in about a year.
But didn't you see all the pictures that came from that James Webb telescope?
Oh yeah, that was a shame. That was why the conversation developed, didn't it? Oh, James Webb and the cartoons. Yeah, okay, my bad.
Right.
Still a
If
good
you were to go
conversation.
on Google, right,
Copyrighted.
if you were to go on Google right now, like the homepage of Google, it'll have all the pictures of James Webb just as the home screen. Lots of propaganda.
Oh, isn't that nice?
All the pictures are copywritten, and all the video is copywritten. Now, from where I'm looking, my perspective of this situation, there's two things that I know that could be happening. Either they've created something that they know themselves is not real, like art, Picasso.
Or
Trouble.
Well, there's another side to this.
Imagine his
If there-
parents.
I didn't hear the second one.
Picasso's
Sorry, I was
parents
just about to.
gonna
I was
copyright.
about to start the live show on the second one, and I didn't hear it.
I'll say it if you want.
Well, I want to hear it from Cuddles. I just didn't hear the second one.
Well,
And
I
I
know
said-
if he refuses, I'll say it.
I was waiting. You're either it's either something that's you've created an idea, or it's something that already exists as property. There's only the two ways that I can see it.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, and crypto link together with a thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by 10th Man, Eli, Brian's Logic, Refracted Curvature, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Hello.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome one and all. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container for the gas we all breathe to press upon?
That's copywritten.
We're asking for any evidence of outer space, a sky vacuum. Okay, at this point, I'm going to point out that this is a public participation show. There's a link in the info box, as I say all the time. If there's regulars watching, they'll just go in one hour and out the other because it's said so many times. You can join. We are challenging the notion that the sky is a vacuum known as outer space, with travel taking place in it. We are travelling through a sky vacuum when travelling to Mars and the Moon, according to the current heliocentric religious worldview, that the sky is a vacuum called outer space. That is categorically, without question, not real. There is no travel to the Moon or Mars, because if the sky was a vacuum called outer space, then the gas we breathe would fill that space.
They bring up the gradient. They bring up that there's less air when you go up to Mount Everest. They bring up
let's
all
deal
of
with
that
that
stuff, but they
don't
deal with it.
So there's what type of gradient, Neil? A gas pressure gradient. So a delta of the question we ask daily. How can you have a gas pressure gradient without a container for the gas pressure? Moving it on one step doesn't change the antecedent consequent relationship that is gas pressure pressing on something. You still need containment to first develop gas pressure, to then develop a delta of gas pressure, which is a gas pressure gradient. So you still require a container. Inquiring about why we have gradients? Well, that would be because gas which is created at ground level dissipates. It's called entropy. Diffusion? It's diffusing into the area of volume it has to dissipate into. That dissipation is described in the second law of thermodynamics, an entropy increase. Now, because there is a higher concentration of the gas when it is released from the ground or the tree's leaves or whatever it is that's creating the gas, as that goes up, just repeat that, as the gas created at ground level goes up, it expands and the gaps between it increase, i.e. it dissipates in line with entropy law. So the gas has made its way up from ground level in line with entropic law, therefore must be contained and has nothing to do with outer space being a sky vacuum. We'd all be dead because the gas we breathe would continue past Everest into the availability of volume it had to fill, and we wouldn't have any gas to breathe. Gas fills space.
But then they ask, why isn't all the pressure equal on Earth? That's what I was told.
Because we first of all have containment to form a gas pressure, and from that gas pressure we have gas pressure cycles, and those dynamic systems give us differentials and weather. But those dynamic systems are only achievable if you first have the antecedent of containment for gas to be at pressure. Not a sky vacuum which the gas would move into, a container for the gas to press upon, in line with natural law. So, with all of that being said, that was a preamble, by the way. We've got some fascinating imagery that goes alongside some fascinating stories from the heliocentric worldview that the sky is a vacuum and we're travelling to some of these distant lights in time and can see back into the future when we grab ourselves a telescope. And this is causing quite some stir amongst us, flat Earth and globe Earth alike, as we are bombarded with images from the James Webb Telescope, are we not? Hope that was a good enough segue to continue the conversation we had in the pre-show.
Well, they have images they claim to be from this telescope that's claimed to be in a place that can't exist. But they have copyright on these images. Why would you have copyright on those images? Who else could say that they took the picture? Who else could do that? Maybe China.
Yeah.
Anyone that can work with Photoshop.
Yeah.
Say again.
Like, who else could claim that it's their picture? Could I claim it's my picture that I took it?
I didn't know what Arwin said.
I said anyone that can work with Photoshop.
No, right. Anyone that can create an image can copyright their image. Yeah, right on. Go on, Brian.
If their claimed outer space is real, then why would they need to copyright those images? How could I take the photo that they have under those conditions?
I like the comment.
I'm back.
Go on then. Who's back?
All right. So the copyright is not so much for what we're talking about. The copyright is if someone takes that image that doesn't exist because there's no outer space, but this James Webb or whatever consortium that says it's theirs, just in case someone wants to put it on a T-shirt and sell the T-shirt. Oh, we copyrighted. You have to ask permission. You got to pay us a royalty. That's the purpose of the copyright, the way I see it.
Yeah, I understand those elements. I understand that someone could decide to do that. But it would be very obvious in the court of law that that photograph is from NASA. That's my point. My point being is that who else could take that photograph? How could I put that photograph on a T-shirt and not end up in court with NASA and it be totally proven that it's not my photograph? How could it be my photograph if it's from the place they claim it's from? How could I ever go there and take that photograph?
Well, like with any photograph, hold on, just for clarity. If we sidestep the fact that they would argue, well, they've put a lot of work into it, it's an infrared image, and we've put a lot of colour correction into it to put it into the visible spectrum, in quotes, well, that would class as work on an image, even though the argument is about whether or not it's a photograph in a narrative of a sky vacuum. But whether or not you can take any image the same as somebody else's is not a possibility. You can't do it. I can take any photograph ever, and you can never, ever, ever replicate that.
Yeah, but I think I'm missing it. You can take a photograph of the Empire State Building, and I can take a photograph of the Empire State Building. We can both go there and take that photo.
However,
hold on, let Brian make
a point. It's a photograph.
Hold on. Brian's in the middle of a point.
Hang on.
I don't know if it's hot everywhere, if everyone's just a bit agitated. Hopefully, it's very hot here too. I can empathise, but let's just let everybody get to the end of their points. Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. My point being is that I can't go to this place they're claiming they took this photograph from. So there's no way for me to claim that I took the photograph or that I have ownership of the photograph. How could I?
Gotcha.
But if you can take a photograph of the Empire State Building and I can claim it's mine if you don't copyright it.
Okay, let me just make the comparison. So the claim is, here's our image of Narnia. We all know where Narnia is, right? And Brian's saying, well, they're saying here's a picture of Narnia that's real. Obviously, we can all go to Narnia. It's not just in the book and on your laptop and on your video screens. It's real. Okay, everyone all clear? Narnia is real. Good. Right, Brian's saying, well, I can't get a photograph of Narnia.
What does you being capable of taking photographs
isn't
of a place have to do with whether you can copyright that photograph?
Good point. I agree. It's non sequitur in that regard. Like I pointed out, with that if you say it's had lots of colour correction done to it, and any photograph that is taken can't be replicated 100% perfectly in any way, shape or form, that's not possible, then how can you link being able to copyright any photograph, because all are unique, to space being fake because of the copywritten nature of some particular images? So that was, again, discussed in the pre-show, but there's my preamble for that discussion to continue if it needs to.
It does need to. Can I ask a question? This is getting into
You already
the
are. Go ahead.
Thank you. We can't even turn that thing around and say we're taking a photograph of Earth because they admit that it's CGI and it's a composite, and the guy admits from NASA because we have to. So if Earth is not a photograph, then how in the world are they saying this thing is a photograph?
That's a very good point. It's something that hasn't been laboured yet, and I'm so grateful that you brought it up 10th. That's right. So let's just bring that back down to Earth in a very literal way. Pictures of Earth from space, that's the sky vacuum I comprehensively took apart earlier as an opener, are also all fake without exception. You can't take pictures of Earth from Narnia. That isn't possible. All of them are fake. There are no pictures of Earth from outer space, because outer space is fake. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Good point. When we talk about the web pictures, what about pictures of the very nature of the existence that we are stood upon? Wouldn't that be much more interesting to see? Because we can all look up at the sky, and we don't need it colouring in, thank you. But we can't go up to the claim to be sky vacuum and turn our cameras back around, now can we?
I think the point I made was kind of lost a little bit. I can't go to where they claim that photograph is taken from, because it's not a photograph that's copyrighted. It's an image. If it was a photograph, there would be no need copyright it. If it was
Still
a
copyright
photograph,
We're going around in circles here. Shout out to Tony Whitcomb. It says, Simon Dan will never let go of his model ball. Thank you for the super chat, Tony. So yeah, without getting into the wrangle dangle of...
Home
Go on, Cuddles.
is the whole fakery thing. You can copyright poetry, right? Something that you manufacture. You can make a game character. The best thing is like programming and 3D animation. You can copyright something that you manufacture in a game or in an image or in a GIF. There's companies that have copyrights on all kinds of different things that they've created, where you have text that's moving, flames, words glowing. All these things are copyrighted. Their methodology, all of the stuff from NASA is copywritten. And that's a fabulous point that Brian makes, is if I put it on a shirt, I would have a field day with them in court, because I have a stack of questions. So I would do it just to start a fight.
Well, you're missing the layers that go with this. If a professional photographer takes an image and he calls it his print, or puts it to a print, or does whatever he does with it, and says, I took this image, it was on this date at this time with this camera, with these focal, parameters, and he now wants to sell that. Well, if someone else takes it and copies it, he's got a case against them. But he took it of a natural scene on Earth. So there's different layers. You got to look at this.
Right, but we're not trying to be pedantic with this. The whole coding, programming, image. If I make art in Paint right now, I can make a drawing, copyright it, and then put it up online where nobody can actually copy it. You can't even screenshot it. It's crazy what I can do these days.
The reason this fascinates me is because of a comment that was made by Dilly Gill in one of his videos several years ago now. Now, if you're not familiar with Dilly Gill, he takes apart NASA footage in a very, very comprehensive manner. So he does long, comprehensive videos pulling apart NASA footage. And he made a comment that NASA are on the cutting edge of cinematography. Now, if you know anything about cinematography, there's a lot of employment to be had, like NASA's got, in cinematography. And they've got the best technology that there is. So that's what they've got, and that's what they copyright. Their work. Right? That's what they're copywriting. Their work. Because that's what they're doing. Work on Narnia. I mean space. Outer space. The fake sky vacuum that doesn't exist, you can't travel to, and isn't going to give you images of Earth from it.
I think I know what you're going to say to my next comment in advance, but I'm going to say it anyway. If they're on the cutting edge of cinematography, as Dilly Gill says, how is it that movies depict space better than the ISS videos that come?
They don't. Okay, I'll give you the good answer that Dilly Gill gave. What NASA are very good at also is not overplaying their hand. So playing their cards pretty close to their chest. So whereas in Star Wars you've got lightsaber battles and X-Wings flying around in the sky vacuum and it's all very nice and pretty, NASA are a lot more low-key because it's far, far harder to get caught out if you're showing somebody eating peas and carrots from a tube of stuff rather than having them do anything elaborate. So most of the stuff that you see from NASA, in spite of being, as I correctly stated, from Dilly-Gill, is on the cutting edge of cinematography. They'll do things with footage to make it seem like it's done amateur. Or not amateur, but just that's the best you can get out of space. You know, quality goes down, it degrades heavily when you go to space. It's just how it is. For example, they do a live feed. This is all exposed by Dilly-Gill. And they've got a live audience for a live link to the ISS. And the way that this is set up is you've got two broadcasters talking to camera, and behind them, so they're looking away from it, is a, let's call it a couple of feet, maybe 3 feet screen that's set 20 feet from a live audience. Now, what they get on that picture in the live feed while they're doing a very obviously scripted back and forth between the studio and the ISS is an angle that is slightly lower from a second camera and reduced in quality down to what would be 240p in YouTube terms. Now, that's what they get when they're doing the quote-unquote live feed to a live audience that are looking at a television screen in a studio with the hosts who are closest to the TV screen looking away from it. Now, once that's commenced and they've done the full live link-up in front of a live audience, they then, sometime later, produce different footage that's of a slightly varied angle. It's been taken from a different camera and would have incorporated the wires that the people were all hanging on, that the lower angle that the live audience presented to weren't seeing, so they don't see the ceiling. Now, when they put it through post-production, they get rid of the ceiling, they get rid of any remnants of wires, they brush up the quality, make it high def, and then release that to the public as though it was the footage that was watched on the TV screen by the live audience. Now, for me to give that 2-minute, 3-minute summary, Dilly-Gill spent hours and hours and hours and hours taking footage from the cameras that filmed the TV for the live audience to watch the live feed and comparing them and showing how they're from a different angle and how the post-production version definitely would have incorporated the ceiling but had post-production work to remove it. Now, that's the kind of level that Dilly-Gill's going into the expose of how they use trick camera footage and trick camera work to basically pull off a magic trick, produce flying men for a live audience that are actually on high wire. Now, that's what they've done. That's why they are on the cutting edge of cinematography. They're convincing people you can fly. You're telling me they're not on the cutting edge? They've actually got the entirety of the Western world believing you can fly. Hello? Yeah, they're definitely on the cutting edge of cinematography. That goes without saying. Just because they play their card fairly close to the chest and what they're doing in the footage is boring doesn't mean that how they're pulling off what you're seeing isn't absolutely admirable, noteworthy. It gives me goosebumps. You know, I worked in theatre, that's what I was trained in. So this sort of magic trick is like next level. Like I say, you've convinced the Western world that men can fly. That's mad. You've got to be at the top of your game to do that.
Well, I got a problem with all of that, and I'll tell you right now what it is. If you want to convince the Western world that it's actually happening, you want to have two different feeds, one post-production, one pre-production, and the pre-production shows the wires. The post-production doesn't show the wires unless you can. I mean, look, when you watch movies from Hollywood, you don't see any of these wires, and they don't have a post.
100% post-production. So do those movies get presented? Do those movies?
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Yeah, but you've just compared it to post-production only.
I'm not finished. If you buy a DVD and you get a second DVD that shows you more things about how the movie was made, you can see how Sandra Bullock was on wires in the movie Gravity. You can see what they did. But in the movie, you never see that. But NASA wants to show you both. One is live and one is post.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's not a fair comparison. What you compared to in the DVD footage of Sandra Bullock flying on high wire to show you how it's done, NASA have convinced you that the behind-the-scenes footage is what you're being presented live, and that Sandra Bullock is actually flying in the behind-the-scenes footage. That's what they've convinced the world of. Now, that's far more difficult than just showing her on wires and showing it's not real. Then you know it's not real. NASA are really flying because they're in orbit around a sphere Earth from a sky vacuum. That's what they've convinced the world of. You're obviously not a Dilly Gill fan.
No, I see a breakdown in the logic here. I know what you're saying, and I know how the world has bought into this lie. That I'm not disagreeing with you or Dilly Gill. The problem I'm having is from the same source you get two different footages. The problem is from the same source you're getting two different footages when it should be one live footage being the real deal. And that's why we're able to point those things out to people. And that's why people see NASA as lying.
Right, but they're not presenting that to the world. That's me presenting it based on a lot of research done by Dilly Gill. What the public actually perceive is an audience watching a live feed of men flying, followed by them being able to closely scrutinise post-production footage of a high enough standard to be comparable to the footage you get from movies. So they think it's one and the same thing. Now, what I was going to say further to that was that that's what Dilly Gill labelled, although he's stopped doing this now, maybe to reach a wider audience, crapo-vision. So they get the low-res, low-def, so that if there is any twinkles off the little very thin wires that they use when they do this, so they're not doing anything too elaborate, they're just dangling there, well, so they won't get caught on the low-def crapo-vision. But that trick is the same trick they've been using for years. And let me explain why. It's been working for years. Psychopaths love to recycle magic tricks that just work. Well, how does that sound? I'm talking about filming footage, just in this instance, coincidentally live, yeah? Live footage, live link-up, right? That bit's a little bit more advanced. But when you describe how we all got duped into believing men landed on the moon, what were they doing? The press were filming from some distance of a second-generation projected image. That's what we got. So the footage you see that's claimed to be moon landing footage is second gen from video cameras in a NASA room filming a TV, not even a TV screen, filming a projection screen that's running from a video camera filming a TV screen so that they can film the image that's come from the TV screen through a camera, through a wire, onto a projector, onto a wall so they can film it with their cameras. It's the same exact trick they've been doing since the 60s.
Except when I show the one with the wire, the people who were tricked say, oh my gosh, they're lying.
Not the majority of the Western world, and the majority of the Western world
it to the majority
don't
of the
believe
Western
Darth
world.
Vader or Superman are real, but they do believe men are above them flying in a sky vacuum.
Come on, Nathan. I haven't shown it to the majority of the Western world, but everyone I've shown it to can't deny it. Anybody's
wondering why this combativeness is there, I suspect it's because I'm being, speaking fondly. Hold on. Speaking fondly or giving admiration to NASA's work. That's what I'm basically doing. I'm praising it. And people on my panel don't like it.
That's not my motive at all.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Tim. We're not going to show it to the majority of the world when they have the parameters they have in place for YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere the Western world, etc., takes in information. If we can't dish out to the places the information that people are going the majority of the time, then we won't reach the majority. That's the hill we have to get over. I don't know how we're going to do that.
Eli, that's a whole different perspective, paradigm, view. That's not even what I'm talking about.
Well, didn't you say that they didn't? Didn't you say the majority haven't seen it yet? How are you gonna? Because they're not gonna show it to the rest of the world.
Did I say I was gonna go and divest of everything?
No, you said they haven't seen it yet.
Okay, I just want to say to the audience, it's very hot around the world at the moment. It's hot. It's hot.
It's not.
Well, you're trying to finish telling me what you didn't say, which I didn't say you did. You said the rest of the world hasn't seen it yet. And I'm saying, and they're not gonna, and here's why.
Back off
Fine,
your mic a little
that's
bit,
a different argument than the one I'm having.
Everyone, I just want to keep the show nice. Please, it's been such a good show up until now. Eli, please back off your mic a little bit.
But that's a whole different argument Eli's putting forth than the one I'm having. I don't even disagree with Eli and what he's saying there.
But it's not an argument, it's a conversation. I'm just responding to exactly what you said.
When I say argument, don't think I'm like it means an argument, like I'm arguing with you. It's a position I'm putting out forward to discuss. The argument I'm putting out is that every time I've shown those images, they say, oh my gosh, they are faking it. They're on wires. Now, do I have the ability to show it to everyone in the world? I doubt it. But if I could, I would. But everyone I have shown it to sees with their own eyes the wires and says they're faking it. That's what I'm saying. Very tight argument right there. Not anything else that you want to make it to be or not.
Right. Well, good on you, me, and everyone else is doing the good work so far. I mean, you show one or two people a magic trick and you expect it to spread like wildfire, like a pandemic, right? So because it isn't, means that there's a system in place for that not to happen.
Yeah.
Which is very unfortunate for us.
Yes, let me explain that system. Yes, the system is called the suspension of disbelief. So it's the difference between you going and watching Sandra Bullock, right, and suspending disbelief that she is actually flying in the movie. Please mute. So when you do that, and that suspension of disbelief, one that you have knowingly accepted, so you're willingly suspending your disbelief that she's flying in the movie. Now, when that suspension of disbelief is taken away from you, i.e. by seeing behind-the-scenes footage, you're all okay with it. That's fine. Mentally, you can cope with it because you knew you were suspending disbelief about her flying in the movie. Now, compare that to the example I gave earlier when I said, no, in the behind-the-scenes footage that NASA present, the men are still flying. Because that's how it just is. Even behind the scenes, they still fly in the boring footage when they're just eating their dinner. Yeah? That's the magic trick. That's the main magic trick. Like in The Prestige, when the guy carrying the big, massive, heavy bowl with fish in it to just produce it from behind a sheet, seemingly from nowhere. Well, the magic trick is him walking out the theatre looking frail. That's the magic trick, so that no matter from whatever angle, you're always under the impression that he's a frail old man. He couldn't possibly carry an enormous 20 kilos of water with a goldfish in it between his legs as he hobbles onto stage. But that's precisely what he's doing. So that's their magic trick. And my point is that when that suspension of disbelief, it's the same suspension of disbelief, the only difference is you're an unwitting participant in that suspension of disbelief. So when that suspension of disbelief is shattered, you rebel against it because you weren't a willing participant. It was just real. You didn't realise you were suspending disbelief, and that makes you feel stupid. So people rebel against it, and they don't like it, and they want to tell you how you're wrong about how you're pointing out that it's just a suspension of disbelief. No, it's actually real. No. To take it to extremes, with my example slightly flawed, the person who actually believed that she was flying in the movie, in the same way they would react badly if you said, no, she's not really flying. If you explain it to a 4-year-old, they might get angry. No, Peter Pan or Robin Williams doesn't really fly. He's on wires. No, Peter Pan can fly. Let me show you behind the scenes footage. 4-year-old has a tantrum. Because they weren't a willing participant in the suspension of disbelief. They didn't know what suspension of disbelief was when they watched Peter Pan fly around. So they get angry when you point out that he can't really fly, it's all an illusion, there's a behind the scenes. And an adult that didn't know the same way that space was fake, and there's a behind the scenes where they're not flying, but what you thought was the behind the scenes is still part of the movie. They get angry just like the 4-year-old does. That's how it maintains its structure.
I have no argument with the context and the perspective in which you just described that. But that's not what I was talking about. You see the different layers I'm talking about. If I'm having a conversation with that guy or that gal you were just talking about, I would stop talking because they're not open for the discussion. I'm talking about people who say, Teth Man, why do you think they're faking space? Then I enter those discussions because I have an open ear and open eyes, possibly. And then I show the proof, and then they say, oh my gosh, you're right. So you got to put it in the right context.
So that's an even smaller audience. Those who have already sensed that something is afoot and are looking for others with more knowledge. That's a very small audience.
You got that for sure. That is a small audience, but that's not my problem. My job is to show what I know.
Let me expand on that. That's excellent, Eli. Yeah, that's comparison to the kids that walk out of the movie theatre after seeing Hook, which is probably all of our generation, coincidentally, maybe a little bit younger. But, you know, we can all relate. We all know what Hook is, right? Peter Pan with Robin Williams. Well, you're saying there's a very small subset of society that would reach that criteria. Yeah, likewise, there's going to be a very small subset of 4 and 5-year-olds that walk out of the movie theatre and are open to the idea because they've questioned the narrative of whether or not Peter Pan is actually a suspension of disbelief when they watch the movie. Some of the 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds might have been rubbing their chin going, I wonder if this is actually really happening. Now, yeah, there's going to be a very small subset of 5-year-olds that have questioned that. Like there's a very small set of adults that have questioned space in its reality. Good comparison, Eli. I love it. I hope we're all enjoying the space talk, by the way. This isn't something we often talk about on Flat Earth Debate. We just cover it in a housekeeping question and boom, space is done with, right? So we don't normally talk about it, but when there's something to react to, i.e. James Webb Telescope or whatever it's called.
Thanks to my post.
I think the reason that we find ourselves in opposition, or at least I feel that way, I feel a little resistance by your point, is because I think overall I'm pissed off that we're focused on such a small group that's going to find us anyway. Like, everybody knows that. Everybody knows I'm always talking about how do we reach greater audiences? How do we get more people ready? How do we undo the preempting that the massive media has done for the last 4 years that we're not really privy to because we're not inside of the illusion of the magic trick anymore. We have no idea how it's affecting people at the moment.
You're insanely
loud. When we first heard it...
Okay. You're insanely loud, though. I just want to tell Eli, because otherwise... Oh, God. Eli, you're really, really loud. I can't control your levels in G+, so how loud better? You are. I just have to appeal to you to please speak further away from your mic. I can't turn you down in G+. I just have to trust that you will mute vigilantly, like you're not doing now, and not talk 2 centimetres from your mic, because I can hear wind noise, and it's actually your voice creating turbulence over the mic. You're so close to it. And I can't do anything about it. It's driving me nuts. But what your points are great. You know, so that's why I want to make sure you can be heard nicely and people aren't, you know, crunching their toes while they're listening to you. Make you good points.
Great points, Eli, but you're so damn noisy.
Sorry. Is this better?
Yes. Like normal. Yes, thank you. So yeah, we don't typically talk about space, but it's just, you know, it's fascinating when the normies are in it. What I did want to expand on from you, Eli, is you said that they're going to find us anyway. No, I don't agree. We're shoved in a little pond, far away from everybody. Anybody that's on the route to the pond, because they happen to have a map, might find us if they've got a map. And that map is normally someone clicking the share button. My segue into the 120 plus people that are watching, and thank you very much for joining us. Good to have you all. Please share the show. That's why there's 120 people watching. Only reason there's 120 people watching easily is because there's dedicated people in my live stream that share this show all the time. Not because I'm getting any support whatsoever from the platform. I'm just not. Quite the contrary, they're doing horrible things to me at the moment, especially on my second channel, but that's a different point. But I just don't agree with you. To summarise what I'm disagreeing with, you said they're going to find their way anyway here. No, I don't think they will.
Not here. The person who's looking to uncover a contradiction is going to find that. Like no matter what's happening with the paradigm, just like we did.
They are going to find it because there's backhanded comments on that whole video of this James Webb telescope. There's more flat earthers out there than you think.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. I do agree with that. But they don't know how to be honest about their questioning. They don't even know where to begin. They might not even be. Sorry, they might not even be at the questioning space stage. They might just be questioning, or is it flat? And even still, that's not as meaningful as a question as you might think in the beginning.
Eli, let me run something by you. A farmer puts a seed in the ground. He doesn't have a harvest 24 hours later. Takes time. A child is offered broccoli by the parents, hates it, doesn't want it. But as a teenager, maybe college student, I love this broccoli. I don't know why I never liked it before, especially with butter. It is everyone's time at different stages in their life where the seed becomes a plant that produces fruit, or they like something that they previously hated. When we talk about flat earth and we talk about how they've have put us in this corner and it's an archaic subject and act of Congress. Okay, we got a lot going against us, but at the same time, we're growing like crazy. I know people I'm talking to and the people they want me to talk to. I'm building something here that's going to reach 10,000 people with just 10.
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt with a serious question from the super chat. So Godzilla says, if space is fake, how is it that the James Webb telescope picked up a picture of Sandra Bullock orbiting the Death Star? Explain that. Thanks for the super chat.
Well, it's still fake because it's all bullocks.
That's an even better one, Ted. You're on fire.
You know the way I think it was Neil saying that there's more flat earthers than you think. Yeah, that's true. But if you remember the movie The Beach, where there was a lot of tourists in Thailand, but very, very, very few of them made it to the beach, this little island or whatever, this little place. Very few of them ever made it there. There was a map, but very few people had the map. It was kept secret. You know, its location was suppressed, blah, blah, blah. Well, we are the beach in that way, right?
Well, we got to share the show.
Lots of tourists come to Thailand, but very few of them found the beach. So we're kind of like that in a way, if you want to use that analogy.
So the way The Beach ends, so it's paradise. That's what Brian's great movie, Leonardo DiCaprio, and there's a point of no return when they're following the map. They're pretty certain they've got their way there, and they come to a point where they just can't go any further because there's a massive waterfall blocking their way. And the Leonardo DiCaprio guy says, well, this is obviously the point that keeps it secret. So he just jumps off. In other words, he takes the leap of faith, right, metaphorically in the movie. It's good what plot laid out. The problem with the story is that, not the problem with the story, as the story goes, the problem they find in the story is that more and more people do actually figure out where the beach is. And then they end up with a community that needs a bit more support than it can actually sustain. And at one point in the movie, someone ends up with a broken leg, and there's no way of sorting this problem out. So what they do is chuck him in a tent somewhere away, so they can carry on their beach lifestyle. You know, partying it up. They're dudes, but they don't really need the issue of a guy who's got a leg broken that they can't sort out. So they just leave him to rot. Right? Now that gets progressively worse and worse without spoiling the movie completely. But let's hope we're not like
that. Did you know that? Did you know that movie was copyrighted, so you can be in court?
Anyway.
That was a beach for the guy with a broken leg.
It sure was.
Yeah.
Let's not move too far away from space, though. Brian's making, I've segued away from his point just to make a point about the story that was interesting and juxtapose that with him saying, well, we're a bit like that because we're isolated and, you might find your way roughly to us, but, we're in a pond, so you're not going to see us. You're going to look past us. That's just how it is in YouTube terms. Unless you really are following the map, then you've still got to take a leap of faith. Click the link that someone shared with you that's got the words flat and earth in it. And then you might find your way to this secret island that we call Flat Earth Debate. I think that was more Brian's comparison about the island.
Well,
is that what it's called, the island?
The beach.
The beach, yes.
The beach.
The island is the other one.
My point about it.
Go ahead.
That's with different actors. I don't even know what that movie's about. So. Now, my point about it is all these tourists were in Thailand, and they're all falling for the same nonsense. They were all doing the same thing and falling for the same nonsense. Only a very small amount of them actually found the actual real Thailand, the real beauty or the real paradise. Most of them were having parties on the beach on ecstasy and whatever other nonsense they're doing. Whatever other nonsense they were at, drinking and falling over in groups and whatever rubbish they were doing, all that ridiculous nonsense that they were falling for. Well, that is flat Earth. Most flat Earthers never make it to here because they end up running into the feast of nonsense or something that's a derivative of it and being sent off in different directions. And even if they're not flat Earthers, if they're people who just questioning things, they're the same thing. So my point being, only a very few small amount of people actually make it here.
Well,
because
maybe
here is like jumping off that waterfall is. Go on.
I was going to say maybe here is the tent with the guy with the broken leg, where we see that there's serious stuff that needs to be done, and we're all very, very super serious when you arrive in the tent. But out on the beach at the Feast of Nonsense, there's parties going on, right? The flat earthers are all very carefree. I'm not going to say hippies, but, there is a lot of crazy hippies in flat earth that don't really know why they believe it, but they just know that it's a cool conspiratorial subject that's, yeah, man, earth's flat. And they'll regurgitate. Let's not pour scorn on any particular beat. Go on, Arwin.
I'm just going to say, and there's no trees, and there's the mud flood. Everything but flat earth.
Yeah, you've got it. Whatever nonsense that comes alongside it, as well as flat earth itself. But I think Brian's more specifically talking about, I'm going to have to give an example, aren't I? Stuff like ether and heights to celestial bodies and various other aspects of models and things in flat earth that are just there at the Feast of Nonsense, basically. That's the beach party. That's the bit to get you into it so that you can be, torn a strip off later by somebody who's got a general idea of the rhetoric or a good anti-flat earth vibe, and they'll rip you a new one in front of an audience, and hopefully that'll suffice. But you've got to be kept actually being that party guy thinking you're having fun on flat earth at the Feast of Nonsense, right, Brian?
Talking about Bob.
Yeah, Nathan, we are. Go on, Neil.
Go on, Arwin.
Go ahead, go.
What? That's Neil. That's not me. But I just wanted to say that Akumu Virus is saying in the chat that he can calculate anything. So I asked him twice to, show the formula to calculate the elevation angle from a curved baseline. And he says he can't, but every time I ask it, he deviates off to why is that necessary? Why should I answer that question? Why do you want to know? But he doesn't actually show the calculation.
Well, the elevation angle measurement.
Maybe you want to explain it in the Discord.
To have the curved baseline, you'd have to have first taken an elevation angle measurement from a flat baseline, to then have the curved baseline to necessitate taking an elevation angle measurement from it. But elevation angle measurements have got nothing to do with a curved surface. You can derive a curved surface from their measurement from a flat plane. That's why he doesn't want to answer, because it leads to the inevitable fact that the measurements were taken from a flat plane.
Hey guys, just going back to the NASA images. I don't know if it's just me, but I just sometimes glance at them, and you always seem to end up finding weird pictures in there. I think like faces and like ghouls, and I've already noticed that on this latest James Webb one. There's one of them just it appears like a face with a really weird face, and then further down to the left, it only looks like a crucifix to me. If you just have a look,
that's most likely intentional. Because these things are going through Photoshop, there's a good chance that the people who are doing it are highly educated in aspects of subliminal messagery. So if you want to check out this, you're not wrong, and I'm going to lend credence to it, not by going into detail, but by suggesting a YouTuber that I was into about 10 years ago, who's still around. I do occasionally pop in just to make sure this channel's still there for when I recommend it, like in these moments. So the videographer's called Nathan Bell, but the channel's called Reality in Truth. And if you type into YouTube a search for The Great Subliminal Message Deception, or the YouTube channel Reality in Truth, all one word, then you will find your way to part 1 and part 2 of, I think it's total 3 hours, maybe it's 4, I can't remember, maybe it's 2, I can't remember either. But a fairly chunky description of how layered images are created in terms of subliminal messaging and what their purpose is in terms of what emotions they're trying to emote, if that's the right word. Is that the right word? Emote? I don't think it is. Evoke. There you go. I got there in the end. So that all gets broken down really comprehensively by Nathan Bell in his YouTube channel, Reality in Truth, and specifically in the documentary, The Great Subliminal Message Deception. So you'll be able to find him with that information, with hopefully a few, a few little looks. But the bit that, if you don't want to sit through a 3-hour documentary, he does a shorter video, which title eludes me, but I can't remember the name of the title. But either way, there's maybe a 15-minute video where he talks about the Subliminal Message Handbook, and he goes through in about a 15-minute video, I think it might even be taken or edited down from that documentary, about a specific handbook that's used in advertising. It's an older one, it's from maybe the 70s, but it just breaks it down in a sort of a more commercial manner. This is how you do subliminal messages. Here's an example of a subliminal message in an advert. Here's how it was created. Here's what it was trying to evoke, etc., etc., etc. So it's just a handbook of how to do this. Now, there's a good chance that people who are working at a high level in NASA creating images are going to know this stuff because they're going to be trained through it, university or college or whatever you call it, to do it. It's not that hidden, is what I'm trying to drive at in terms of this, educational material to train people on how to do it. And subliminal messages are absolutely everywhere in absolutely anything that's had money spent on it. So, yeah, and Nathan Bell exposes that quite well. So check out Reality.
Can I pull it back to space? That's something we highlighted. There's subliminal phallus messaging in all of the Elon Musk stuff, and I forgot his name.
Bezos.
Yeah.
Dick Feather.
Yeah.
Yeah, the logo for what's the other one? The competitor to SpaceX, Bezos. Blue Origin. Is that the name of the rocket? What's his company called?
Amazon.
The one with the feather logo.
Blue. Oh, it's Blue Origin. Or
It's okay if you don't know. Anyway, the logo, when you see the Blue Origin launches, which is the company name, we've all forgotten, it's just a dick in the shape of a feather. It's pretending to be a feather, but it isn't. It's just a penis.
Penis feather.
Anyway, subliminal messages.
I just wanted...
On screen. I'll find it.
We'll find the logo as Eli's going through
Well,
that point. Hopefully a bit further away from his mic.
Look at the phallus rocket for a start. Even with its...
Go on, Eli.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is like, not really related to what you guys are saying, which is there's like fake imagery and subliminals put in this fake imagery. But breaking down the wall of lies screen user over at 24/7, he used to take these pictures of the sky with his telescope, and there was a lot of weird shapes in there. Sometimes what looked like ghoulish faces, things that we would call alien-like, not alien-like, angel-like or angel-esque. Like, just looking at the sky, there's a lot of weird-looking shapes up there, man.
I've actually got a short video on this Adam, I've just stuck it on. Is it playing?
The word you're looking for, Elijah, is angelic.
Thank you.
For some reason, when you play a shorts video on YouTube as a tab, it doesn't work the way you'd expect it to. Oh, here we go. It's running. Hopefully, it'll have this feather logo that we're talking about on this shorts video that I've made called Dicks in Space #shorts.
Should have named it Venus.
How do you prove something's not pareidolia?
We missed that, John. How do you prove something's not?
Pareidolia.
Did anybody catch that? I still didn't find the feather logo, by the way.
You say pareidolia?
Pareidolia, okay. Simulacra and pareidolia. Fine, let's go through that. So if you look at a cloud and you see a bunny or the Rorschach test, same thing. That's simulacra. Your brain automatically identifies threats. So if you're looking out into the distance, you're looking for eyes watching you to hunt you. Instinctively, you're just looking for threats, and you will naturally find shapes of faces when looking, just through natural instinct. You're just gonna find them. And Adam's finally come through with a good
instinctual anticipation.
Yeah, but the process of actually describing something as an item like a bunny rabbit cloud is pareidolia, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, but the similarity that you would have with one thing versus another, that's simulacra.
So maybe the seeing, a phallus imagery.
No.
I think that effect
no. Well, I'll put it on screen for the audience there, John, and they can make their own decision about that.
Sounds like these effects are tied in with physicality assumption bias mechanisms in the mind. To make something of something you see, right? To personify it, to turn it into a relevant thing for your instinct.
Yeah, well, that's what the subliminal messages in general play on. There's two different types of subliminal, if you want to evoke the maximum effectiveness. And something I've mentioned many times before, one is called the death cell, and the other is called the sex cell. And you're working on the, primordial, if I don't get tarnished with tar and feathers for saying it, part of your brain that basically says, don't die and reproduce. So your brain's generally saying, is that threat, food, or a mate? When you're looking at stuff and assessing it in the most base way, is that bus going to kill me, hump me, or can I eat it? It's probably going to kill me, so I better get out of the way. Well, you do that without thinking about it. There's no processing involved, really. You just instinctually know that the bus is going to flatten you, so you get out of the way. You instinctively look at the blonde girl with the big boobs and the nice legs and go, yes, please, I'd like to produce babies with that girl. That's what your brain just says without you even doing anything. Or, I'd like to, not with the girl. So you see a cake, let's give the example first, and you go, I'd like to eat that. You don't think, oh, I will now consider whether or not I would like to eat that. Do you know what I mean?
So well, when I'm
getting to a point, Arwin, I'm trying to get to a bloody point here. Yeah, so when you appeal to those base instincts, you will appeal to your natural tendency to want to hump things in the sex cell. Now, this is very easy to illustrate, the death cell less so, in terms of putting a naked lady or a girl in a bikini sat on top of a Ford Taurus. And that makes you want to buy it, right? That's how simple it is. That's the sex cell. Yeah, you can expand that out however you like. The death cell is very different. The death cell works on the same instincts, but also, for some reason, that advertisers have figured out, also makes you want to buy things when you trigger that part of your instinctual brain about things. So you look at an advert for whiskey, and if it's got skulls and ghouls, finally getting to the actual point that was originally made from Discord, why would they be there? Well, because that triggers a part of your brain without you realising why. an instinct that triggers the fight or flight in your brain because of the death element that you're seeing without realising it. But all you're looking at is an advert for some whiskey. But suddenly your mentality has changed, your chemicals in the brain have changed, the way you're viewing it has changed. Not because you've assessed it and gone, oh, that ice cube is actually in the shape of a death skull. You don't assess it at a surface level, it's subliminal. So that answers the question that was originally raised from Discord. Why would you have these ghoul faces if you don't discount what John said about pareidolia and simulacra in these images? And I would suggest that they are absolutely intentional and trying to trigger a part of your brain to make you fear things. Part of the main aspect of control in any system is fear. And that's where the death cell comes in very, very useful when it's peddling a religion. That's why it's there. Sorry, Arwin, to cut you off. John, I'm sure you've got something to say, and the original person who I've forgotten who brought this up from Discord. Excellent point. Nathan Bell, Reality and Truth, subscribe to this.
Sorry, I'll be quick. Sorry, I'll be quick. It was me, Nathan, but yeah, but also it just goes to show as well that these are actually images and they've been tampered with and they're not real because you can clearly see these faces and little things that are in there. So it's just more weight towards it being totally fake.
Fine, wait. Thanks. I'm only joking. Go ahead, Arwin.
Yeah, it's not working. I just wanted to make a joke, but if I have to wait 5 minutes to get it in, then nobody will get it.
But that's fine because this has been content-wise one of the best live shows for ages. Absolutely no debate in it. Nobody's challenged us from Discord. Nobody's joined us to tell us how real space is. Well, that's telling, as opposed to oh no, there's been no debate. Yeah, but there's been some excellent dissemination of really good information in this particular live show and in the pre-show. I even said at the beginning, just before we went live, this is one of the best pre-shows we've had in ages. And I'd go as far as to say that this is the same, it's followed through for whatever reason, even though it's really hot everywhere, into the live show. So this has been a really excellent show. So I'm glad you didn't get a chance to make a joke, Arwin, because the content's been such a high standard and your jokes tend to fall a bit short, gotta be honest.
Out of this world.
Wow.
That was a good joke.
No.
It's all about the timing, Arwin.
Survive and reproduce.
No, that wasn't funny because that's just not funny anymore.
Hilarious. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there'll be an epic, I know for certain, after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. A massive, huge thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat and thanks button, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Can't make my joke. I need to shut up. I need to be laughed at. Like, oh, shut up, Arwin. You can't interrupt. Other people can do it without getting yelled at, right? Unless Nathan is grilling somebody, which he isn't, right? Everybody else can do that. I can do that with him sniding at me every single time for the last month.
Arwin, was I trying to get in there? Even though I was presenting, I didn't get the opportunity to speak. But I'm not having a cow about it, man. It was just one of those things. That's how the show finished. I don't see why you're taking it personal, bro.
You had a joke to make. What is wrong with you people?
I'm getting yelled at every time I try to pipe in with something quick. Every time for the last month, without an exception. You guys barely get that. But you do rumpus over me every time I get enthusiastic, though. Huh?
I don't.
Right, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Arwin. Guys,
what did you just do when I was just talking?
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. It's not even about you. I'm really sorry. Guys, in the Discord server, I'm just going to jump in the after show. You're just going to have to follow me by pressing or clicking on the after show. So go ahead, Arwin.
just
I
crying.
didn't want to discuss this publicly, but I'm just getting sick of it. I don't want to be treated like a second-class panelist and be rumpused over every time I speak up. Every time.
You're not.
Can you all calm down?
You're not, Arwen. You should keep this for private talk. You're just insecure about yourself.
How can you be a second-class panelist?
No, this is good. I'm enjoying this. Go ahead, Arwen.
Excuse me, second-class panelist. You're in the G Plus server, Arwen. You can never be classed as a second-class panelist because you're in the G Plus server. Unlike that person that just interrupted Die Slow. Scum in the peanut gallery.
It truly feels that way in there. I couldn't do it. Thank you for inviting me because I felt like
excuse
I was in
me,
a third world
did you feel
country.
that extended to you, Eli? No.
So funny.
And Eli,
it's so funny.
Thank you, Eli.
It's a good place to make jokes about it once I put it on the table. After it wasn't funny.
Do you want an apology? If I've been
no, I want you to stop doing it. I want you to stop barking
I'm acknowledging it. I'm acknowledging it, so you can understand that I'm acknowledging it. If Neil will stop rumpusing this discussion, yeah, I'm acknowledging it. If I've been unintentionally disrespectful, I'll try to avoid it now that you've aired it. You have. I'm glad you did. I'll acknowledge it. Hopefully that'll calm you. If I do it again, point it out again, and I'll apologise like I'm going to now. I'm sorry. I didn't intend to be disrespectful.
Fine.
No, in the meantime...
I just wanted to make a little joke and I couldn't get it in.
In the meantime, you ruin a show by doing what you do and taking things personal when we all get made fun of and we just take it off with a laugh. We don't ever do what you do. You need some professional help, Arwen, because you're ruining the show.
That's the way to really antagonise him. That's the way to really annoy him.
Right? Tenth knows how to fix the situation, right?
Because this is how you do that,
right?
I know how to
put
fix it.
Put a little scoop back on top of it.
Right, okay, let's step in. Stop.
Yeah, because I was just calmed down, but you had to put another scoop on there, did you?
Please,
Why don't you take a month off, get better, and come back?
Why don't you take a month off?
Both of you, please stop. Both of you, please. 10th and Arwen.
I'm not reacting like
hello. I've seen this at least half a dozen times before, and it's disseminated and not ended well. Please, I don't want you both to fall out over this. Please.
No, it's not falling out, Nathan.
Yeah, it is.
Here's the deal. He does this constantly.
That's not an opening to start criticising him. Please, I beg of you.
Fine, I'll talk to you after hours.
Just let it go.
Okay.
Let it go.
I just don't want these two to fall out. These two have a clash of personalities, which I'm well aware of.
Excuse me. Now I can't talk after hours because it isn't just us two.
Sorry.
It's his behavior. It's his behavior that you're making a clash. It's his behavior wholly to own, not me, not Adam, not you, not Chocolate. It's his behavior. And you need to call it out because he's running the show.
I'm not disagreeing. I didn't say I wasn't going to either. But by the same token, telling him when he's annoyed that he's got issues he needs to deal with, he's going to antagonise him further. I know it is, and it will, and it did, and I just had to descend that.
Yeah, it is.
Also, we're suppressing the truth now.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
I have a related topic from the last show that we can move on to something else.
Yes, please.
Discuss it. You were talking about chemical processes, like when you see something and it stimulates a chemical process and causes you to think or be and do a certain thing. Where's free will in that?
I don't know, John. Refracted curvature. You always come up with some great points, though. Thank you.
I'm not John.
I'll answer.
I was just joking.
Discipline.
I was joking, Paul.
Okay.
Discipline.
I got it.
I did that too.
Right.
I did it the other way around the other day, so just to keep things fair and racist at both sides.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't know if you made a mistake or if it was just joking, so I was just clearing it up.
Absolutely.
And I don't take it personally. Okay. I don't take it personally. So somebody says they have an answer.
Wait a second. How come you're not screaming while you're making fun of me?
Yeah, that's good. You don't take it personal, Paul.
What?
When I can get a chance.
There's more important things in life than things like that. So anyway, so somebody had an answer to my question. So if we're just a bunch of chemical processes occurring, how can free will occur in that?
Well, discipline.
was
I mean, I don't know. Somebody told me, it was me. Somebody told me that you know, humans are born sinners. We have to be taught how to behave. Like, take a child for example. They have unsavory behaviors, and you kind of show them, hey, this is not really appropriate, and yada 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 yada. But I think it's the discipline, the choice to cave into those desires because they're here for whatever reason. We have the choice to give into them or not.
Well, I'm actually a little bit more basic than that. I mean, obviously, we all have natural urges and responses to the environment around us, whether it be through seeing a beautiful woman walk across the road, or getting angry at somebody that cuts you off on the street. We all have base instincts that just the environment causes us to respond to. But even a child, if we're just hear me a little bit more clearly. If we are just purely chemical processes, which means things exterior to us cause things to happen inside of us. That's a chemical reaction. How do you have free will, even if you make the choice to not give in to those base instincts? How do you get free will out of just a chemical process? That's my point. That focus on that part.
I see what you're saying. It's because we're not just that.
Hold on. What's free will?
Conscious decision.
It's a decision to choose something contrary.
Sorry again, Paul?
The ability to make
it's a decision to choose something contrary. Try to make it simple. So you can choose something other than, or I choose a cup of coffee over a cup of tea, or I choose a steak over a piece of chicken, or I choose to turn left instead of turning right.
Can be contrary to your own self-benefit. So you can choose something that's not directly going to benefit you.
Right. You could choose to sacrifice your life instead of trying to preserve your life. So there's that. Yeah.
But you must know it is a choice first. It must be known as a choice. That's the difference between free will and what we're talking about.
Well, that's an element to it. I agree with that. But see, if atheism is true and we're just a materialistic environment, then how can you know anything?
Well, yeah, that's why
choosing not to engage with the anger.
Is this not like an infinite regress, like in the Matrix analogy, or brain in a jar?
Well, that's one. Yeah, well, that's a different kind of argument. I guess there's an aspect to that. But even in brain in a jar, I mean, can you make choices within that brain in the jar? You can make choices within the environment that you live in. That's why I guess that is in the Matrix. It's
the reason I mention it is because
go ahead.
The reason I say it is because the answer would be no. Because if you're, it's weird that this segued into this, because the book that's being heavily referenced in the Matrix is Simulacra and Simulation, but that's a different point. But if you're a brain in a jar, so you're equivalent to Matrix characters, let's say Neo, plugged into the Matrix, in there, they are part of the narrative that makes the decision-making process have a consequence in the real world. And they make it explicitly clear to get around this problem, which is to say that they tell Neo, or Morpheus tells Neo, that if you die in the Matrix, you die out here, linking some physical consequences to the actions that are experienced and the choices that are made, because it's key to the plot. So they have to make that distinction to make this make sense. But I give that clarity in case anybody tried to criticise me after the fact without me disclaiming it. If you're a brain in a jar, if you're a brain in a jar, then your input, the things that are being told to that brain in a jar, aren't physically happening, are they? They're all a construct, so it's inconsequential whether or not you've got a choice, because the choice has no bearing on what happens to the jar and the brain in it. It's just an idea that's been fed to the brain, if you want to consider that it's in the Matrix, and therefore all choices are inconsequential. It's a nihilistic way that is also ingrained in heliocentrism. Again, that's a different topic. But in terms of your answer, no, the decision itself, if created, has no outcome that influence anything in reality or physically. Therefore, it's inconsequential and moot. So no is the answer, if you ask me.
Know that you know what? I mean, I guess I don't know what the question is. A yes or no question.
No, would you having any ability to make a decision and make a conscious choice on a decision. If the decision itself has no physical outcome, then no, it doesn't have any bearing on that, being able to make a choice.
Okay. Well, if things are physical, purely physical, then even in that, you can't, even your choice to make a decision, there can be some other exterior cause to it. So you even didn't have a choice in that, which actually atheists actually admit. So they have the experience of free will, but they can't say that they truly have it. Now, here's something else, a piece of this. I was thinking about this the last couple of weeks. Information requires choice. You know, like when you have to choose to do, like use this letter over another letter, or I want to communicate this over that, or I want to communicate this idea over another idea. There's choice even involved in information, and information or choice is required for information to be present. Like to build a car, you got to say, I want to make it out of aluminum instead of out of plastic. It's a choice. I want to make a tire out of this type of rubber instead of that type of rubber. I want to use this tread over that tread. I want to use this brake over that brake. You know, there's choices even
Can you give us
within
some more
information.
examples?
Well, I'm trying to make sure everybody understands it. Get over it, Dyson. So
how does
basically,
information?
I'm following along. Didn't realize people weren't following along. Go ahead, Adam.
So how does information? It's a really good topic. How, from an atheistic worldview, does the supernatural form of information sit? If everything is a construct and a reaction, a physical reaction, then where does the construct of information sit in their world?
Can't.
Well, they have to say it arises out of material, which that doesn't make sense. It can't.
That's correct. Comes from the soup, primordial soup. If that's all we've come from, then there is no consequential information to deal with in their narrative, is there? I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think there is there?
I don't see where.
Well, here's an example I give. I give this example all the time, like cat, C-A-T. When I say that word, it conjures an image in your mind of an animal. But if I do T-A-C, tac, what does that conjure? It's the same letters, same chemical composition. Everything's the same except the arrangement and the information being conveyed.
I didn't get the comparison. Cat, C-A-T versus what?
T-A-C, tac.
Tac.
Like tac is tactical. It's an acronym, tactical, or an abbreviation. They both convey two different forms of information that are completely different.
I did hear you right. I just didn't get your point though. It's different words. Yeah. I don't understand your point. I'm not following.
Well, but if it's just chemical or just the makeup, like just the atoms, well, you're using the exact same letters. What's that?
I was just saying tic-tac-toe. You can get a cat's game in that. Was that your point?
But the idea, no, I'm talking about the information conveyed. Like, if you know what tac means, like you can say tac, like I have a tactic or tactical. That's usually the abbreviation. That has a different connotation than when I say cat. Both of those ideas have the same letters in them. They're communicating.
No, it's a good example. What he's saying is the ink on the paper is exactly the same material. The only difference is the way that you interpret the data, because information is real, and interpreting it also is another aspect to that.
Ultimately, what I'm saying is that it can't be the chemicals that can determine the information. It can be. That's why I say that. That's an example of why I'm saying that.
Chemicals aren't conscious.
It's not the only issue with free will. If you talk about a sovereign creator of the universe, how do you have free will?
Because he gave you the free will.
It's mysterious.
Paul said it yesterday in another
Hold on, before we get into that.
He
Sorry, stop.
And
Are we now moving away because this is a different subject? Paul?
If it's all chemical reactions, there's no free will.
That's what I was arguing. If you have free will, then you're more than your chemical processes.
Consciousness is not chemical. It cannot be reduced to a chemical reaction.
But if you don't know, you have a choice. Don't know you have a choice, that's when the chemical reactions come into play, because you're not making a choice.
Yeah, that's what subliminal messages work on. Base reactions that are just chemically induced. So as soon as your eyes recognise the bus coming towards you, there's no conscious, I will now consider whether or not that bus is a threat. Assessing. Yeah, I think it's a threat. I better. By the time you've done that, you're dead. So there's just a chemical that goes, get out of the way, without even thinking about it.
Well, that's a reflex.
How do you deal with a sixth sense or a gut feeling where you're not consciously aware of the event, but something internally is telling you some sort of a chemical change?
I don't know. It's a separate subject.
That's the consciousness driving the chemical processes to warn you.
We're just clarifying that there are certain processes that don't involve a choice at a conscious level. They're just instinctual, if you want to use that word. And that we're just juxtaposing that with the point that Paul's making so that it's not confused by anybody who comes back in the comments afterwards and says, no, of course chemical reactions can just cause you to do stuff. You've got instinctual reactions. You discussed them yourself on the show 45 minutes before he made the point. And we did. So I just want to point that out in comparison. Yeah, but doesn't take away from his point. It's still valid. You've got to have conscious decision-making ability. If you're in a world that's come from a soup of nothing, lightning, you don't have that.
The gut move, the instinctual move, that's long-term memory. That was deposited a long time ago by short-term memory. So you moved out of the way when something was coming at you, whether a truck, a bus, a car, a hammer. And so then, because it's already established in long-term memory, you don't have to think about it through the cognitive means. It bypasses, it goes to the long-term memory, and you move because you have to. But that deposited...
I'm not talking specifically a reaction rather than like you feel somebody watching you. You don't know somebody's watching you. You just feel a presence, right? And you react to that. There's nothing instinctual about it other than this gut feeling that you had that's not based on a conscious awareness.
I was addressing Nathan when he said, when you move out of the way from a bus, if you don't do it fast enough, you don't have time to think about it, you're going to be dead. He's right. You move away because that's already been established in your long-term memory, and the synapses through your eyes hit the chemicals in your brain, and you move because you know to move.
I'm speaking more in the terms of like you have a thought of somebody before they call you, or a song on the radio before it comes on. Like there was nothing consciously witnessed to make you invoke that thought, but somehow there's some sort of
that's been shown to be routine. I've seen that debunked. I can't remember where to give you a reference. I'm really sorry. So if you want to just say, "Oh, you're just making it up," well, I haven't got anything to back this, but I do vaguely remember. Bear with me.
Yeah,
I do vaguely remember somebody going through examples where they're like, "Well, I knew my mum was going to ring, and then the phone rang," and it's like, "Yeah, but through routine, there's a good chance that at a particular time in the week or month or day, your mother calls." And you get into a routine without consciously realising it, and then you predict that it's going to happen. Same with a song on the radio. They're all played in a loop, and you've heard it, and you've had it go through your mind a couple of days, and then you're like, I bet you anything there's going to be that song I really like, that everybody likes, that's played in a loop on the radio. Come on, next. And it does. It's like, yeah, but that's just patterns, pattern recognition, with subconscious pattern recognition being the main culprit of why that happens. Anyway, I just wanted to cover that.
Exactly. Yeah, the subconscious has much more a structural oversight than your consciousness typically handles, right? So I just wanted to say that...
I mean, I've had friends that I haven't spoken to for years call me.
I just wanted to say that Pavlovian reactions could be considered like a chemical response, but without the process of going through it and basically allowing that to sink in, right? how are you going to have that response, right? You have to go through the conditioning before you can have the conditioned response. And you have to have a conscious for that, or at least a subconscious. It's complicated. I just think that the consciousness is a very prominent non-chemical factor that is critical to every reaction you have. Like, you can be preoccupied in your consciousness with inner thought and then not have instincts triggered because your attention is not on the outside world, which would trigger the instinctual reaction or the conditioned reaction. So it's consciousness in the end that really is always the key factor, and that's non-chemical.
What about
Yeah,
deja
also
vu?
to the point
Does
of
that fall in the same
feeling
category?
someone
Hold on, Eli.
feeling.
Hold on just one second, Eli. Go ahead. Was it Die Slow? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, does deja vu fall within the same construct, Darwin, that you addressed?
Deja vu? Well, maybe. It's complicated, because the subconscious, it goes places where your consciousness might not be able to, right? So maybe through your subconscious, you remember things that were going to happen or just the feeling of it through a dream and then get a deja vu from that. You don't have to understand it, but you have the feeling response. You have like a recognition response. You can't make any sense of it within the logical linear time frame of thinking. And that's why you call it the deja vu.
What about a vujade?
Well, just to clarify, there's 11 different types of deja vu, I believe. If not 12, but yeah. Anyhow.
Oh, okay. Really?
Gonna count them down. Dun 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 dun. Down one at number 20.
It up, man. Science can't explain it.
Oh, we're not gonna get them. I thought we were gonna get the 20.
I thought he said 12.
Or whatever he said.
11 or 12, yeah, different types.
Go on then. What are they?
So what are they?
Oh, fuck, I'm driving. Let me see if I can Google it real quick.
No. Not if you're driving. Don't be Googling them. You're joking, right? I'm not going to be responsible for you crashing into the back of a truck.
I Google all the time when I'm driving.
Arwen, go ahead and Google it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Arwen.
12 forms of deja vu. Okay. We'll see what I can find.
Yeah, we can talk amongst ourselves. I can't believe Arwen's just gone, yeah, fine, I'll Google it then.
Nobody answered my question about a vujade.
Vujade?
Oh, it is 20, apparently. Wow.
I was onto something.
The George Carlin bit. He says, deja vu, what about a vujade?
It's a pretty big list. Want me to, name the different types?
Yeah, if you could, just give a brief rundown.
Okay, deja vu is one. Deja senti. Deja visite.
I don't need to hear bloody double Dutch for the next 5 minutes. You got to go through what it actually means.
Okay, let me go through the first then.
Just gonna have deja vu, vijanzi, deja vu, deja ni, no deja. Yeah,
it does all start with deja, but deja vu is what most people are experiencing when they think they are experiencing deja vu. Deja vu is the sense of having seen something before, whereas deja vu is the experience of having seen an occasion before, but in great detail, such as recognizing smells or sounds. This is also usually accompanied by very strong feeling of knowing what is going to come next. In my own experience of this, okay, so this is somebody's personal list apparently. I have not only known what was going to come next, but have been able to sell those around me what is going to come next, and I am right. This is very eerie and unexplainable sensation. Okay, that was the first one. Want me to go on? Nathan?
Well, I mean,
yeah,
I'd like to say something about that. I'd like to say something about that very quickly. That sounds to me like somebody's like basic psychic ability, you know, as opposed to deja vu. Deja vu was just like, I'm sure this has happened before. That's not like I know what's coming next. It's not exactly the same thing. That sounds like somebody has just a psychic ability to tap into what's happening next, as opposed to deja vu, which might be more similar, something very similar, but it's not the same.
Well,
so this person sounds like they're just making shit up.
Well, yes, I think it is somebody's personal classification list when they give a personal example, which is very odd. I didn't expect to find that in there. But this was only 1 out of 20, so I don't you don't know until you read more of it, really, what it all means and how he classified it all. So, want me to continue? Or you guys heard enough?
I'm in. I'm enjoying it. I don't know about everyone.
Okay.
There is no
number 2. Number 2 is Deja Senti. Sensation that you've had the same thought or feeling under the similar circumstances in some earlier point in time. It is associated with your temporal lobe epilepsy, also known as your... What the fuck? Okay. It's having a phenomenon of already felt as... Wow, this is a mess. This is a very messy written list. I don't know if this is worth continue to explore this.
I mean, I've lost interest, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, me too. I could continue to find another list. This was the first one that popped up, 20 forms.
Go with your gut feeling, mate.
I can post a link for those that are still interested in reading into that. Man, that was written very sloppy.
It was almost worth getting the other guy to crash his car just to give us a better list, but there we go. Well, I'm glad we did it. You only know if you try.
I posted it in Master B.
Right, well, that killed the conversation completely on what was a...
We were talking about chemical reactions.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. It's just more people making shit up, isn't it? That's the problem with the world. People making shit up.
Yeah.
Listen, yeah. People making shit up and trying to put it to their name, and then they're some kind of important person. That's all that was. It's just more of the same. People making shit up.
Well, sometimes people can make up really good shit, but this seemed just very messy. So it didn't seem
maybe that
like
whole
particularly brilliant.
Maybe the whole conversation was a chemical reaction and we had no choice.
No. Right, but we were talking about chemical reactions and consciousness. When is something not a chemical reaction driven? And when is it? Like, do we actually have purely chemical reaction responses? Or is our consciousness always involved? Right? And that, like, in a very remote way, very fuzzy way, for me, connects to, like, the knowing which path. Like, is the consciousness always there to do something, right, with us? Can we actually experience pure bodily chemical reactions without our consciousness? Or do we just downplay our consciousness a lot through the conditioning of atheism and materialism?
Yeah, I think that one.
How would temptation exist if free will didn't exist?
But freedom of choice definitely exists, right? Always. It's not always a viable choice or a reasonable choice or a what do you call it?
Well, what about animals? Aren't they like pretty much acting strictly off of chemical reaction?
No. No, animals have consciousness too. It's a different type of consciousness. But... Eli, you're on mute. Dude.
Eli. Oh my god. Eli. Eli destroying the show, typically.
It always sounds like he's like bussing tables or something.
Eli, you're still off mute. Causing horrendous feedback.
Eli, feedback! Mute! Ah,
I had to mute him.
That's worse than I've ever been.
Oh, come on, Neil, never.
I had a situation Friday, and nobody helped me. So worried about the show. I'm stranded.
We were all prayed for you.
You were the guy making the noise with the broken car and then the big engine going. It sounded like a motorcycle. That was pretty severe.
No, you want to know what's funny? When you yell at my name, I thought you were seeing something I was doing wrong in the car. That's how nuts I am.
Sounded like a drag race or something going on. I remember it.
I'm trying to remember what we were talking about.
Oh, it feels like deja vu.
Oh, we got.
What type?
Yeah, I've thought about that before. So like I've had pretty severe deja vu before, like, you know, where you could see the next thing coming, or I had a dream and then watched it play out in real life. And I've questioned, like, you know, not scientifically, but just like wondering where this stuff comes from. Is it put there? Is it like some part of a pre-designed program that like when you have certain amount of, you know, thoughts go off in your head, then you get this reaction from the creator that tells you something. I don't know where it comes from. I have no idea.
Well, I've heard many people try to explain like all this situation and the subconscious and why things seem to come ahead of time and all that through dreams. And I've heard multiple people, as in like a 20 over the last 7 years, give a pretty cohesion structural explanation for it. And that is that they are convinced, and I tend to side with them, that the actual conscious experience that we have is like the last stage of information exchange. That like we're like the 7th level, the final level, and we always catch on late on everything that passes through us information wise, even in the dream world, like before that. And that is the reason why we can see ahead of time through dreams. It's just that our last phase, the 7th level, the earthly time linear experience consciousness, is not made to be able to deal with that. And that's why it doesn't really work. It doesn't really fit. It can only like fleetly see things, right? And I thought that that explanation was pretty logical sounding.
It sounds nice. I don't know, who knows if it's true. I mean, you can't check it, but it sounds nice. Yeah.
Could it be possible that the physical realm in which we live in, that which can be touched, experienced, and quantified, the physical has limitations and laws applied to it, and then the metaphysical or the spiritual realm or aspect that we seem to traverse as well when we go into dreams has no limitation of time and space and things like that?
Yeah, so
That's
it's like kind of like what I was saying is that you could think about it as
Kevin,
like,
an
Almost. It's
Brian.
still entangled with the physical experience, though. Everything we see in dreams is all based on what we saw in the material realm. So yes, there is less spatial limitation. There's less appearance of time, but it is still all based. The entire experience is still all derived from our experiences we had in the material realm. That's how our dreams are built up.
You might be looking at it in the wrong way. Let me give you an analogy. You know, when you're watching a movie you haven't seen for a long while, and whether it's a movie you like or whatever, it doesn't matter. And normally it'll be a movie you like, and you know it, and you haven't seen it for a while. So a part comes up, you go, I forgot this part, but you know what's going to happen. But maybe it's not that maybe the deja vu is the parts of our life that we had already watched. We already watched the video of our life, but maybe these are the parts that we forgot. Oh, hang on, I forgot this part. Oh, you know, but you still know what's going to happen. As soon as because you've already seen it, when that part comes up, you go, I forgot this part. Now I'm going to do this, and that he's going to do that, and someone's going to knock at the door, and it all happens. You remember it. Maybe
when
it's what you
see it though.
Right, it's the prevision.
Before you were born or something. I don't know. That's not a question I can answer. It'd have to be before you were born.
Right.
Or if you want to, before the analogy, if you see it as something, it's a part of a movie you forgot. You don't register the rest of the parts because you remember all that.
Right. Well, that's what's the same people that I referenced that talk about these mechanics. That's what they call pre-life. And that is like you and God basically figuring out what your incarnation is going to be. And you get to scroll through, but only from that vantage point perspective, which is kind of like not you as a person yet. Right? And then you experience it. And then afterward, you get the afterlife experience. So the deja vus might all be derived from pre-life experience, which is like an other dimensional experience you get before you're born, but you forget because it's not based on your typical earthly existence.
So don't do that, Neil. Don't do that, because when we do it, nobody stops us. Don't do that.
What did he do? What did I miss?
I can't say it sounds like a bunch of bullshit. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Well, Jesus sounds like a bunch of bullshit. So now let's have a fight about it.
No, he doesn't, but that's fine. If he doesn't
Yeah,
get it,
right.
This
I'm
is
just
all
saying.
fuzzy spirit
Just one
mechanics, so I
second.
get
Stop.
it.
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. I want to know what Eli meant. What did he say specifically?
Well, Arwen is laying and Brian is laying out what may be, what they believe or what they might believe to be a reality before this one, in which you've experienced seeing your life. You and God sat down, had a game plan, and looked through your life and said, "This is what we want you to accomplish." Da 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 da. And you forget most of that, but sometimes you get glimpses of it when you're alive, and that's what might be deja vu. And Neil said that's a bunch of bullshit, and I said, let's not do that.
I said it sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, if that's what it sounds like to you, that's your prerogative. I'm fine with that.
That's quite a good description of people that hold a belief in reincarnation as to the purpose that you do return and have that discussion. What are the purposes of your next incarnation? So I understand why it's not bullshit. It's somebody's true belief. Lots of people's true belief that is the cycle of life that Brian was describing.
Well, the thing about it is that what Neil said is a bunch of bullshit. Like, we're just specifically talking about deja vu. And yeah, it does what I said, and then what Arwen talked about, does fall into the realm of us seeing what's going to happen in our life before we get here. But it doesn't specifically prove or even state that we have many lives. Now, I do believe more in the reincarnation side of things. But Neil, you saying that's a bunch of bullshit. We're just talking about deja vu. If it's a bunch of bullshit, or sounds like a bunch of bullshit, then what's your analogy or your take on it? What have you got to add to it? Because if you're just going to say that's a bunch of bullshit, that's exactly the same as a baller saying that's a bunch of bullshit.
Come on, we don't need to go there.
Okay. Can I just hello? I just got to step
Hang
in. Thank you, because now it's been clarified. I know what the argument's about. Now, if I lost track, so did the audience, or at least some of them did. So thank you, but can we not let this point now disseminate into the same row it did when I stepped in because I didn't understand or follow what was being challenged? Thank you.
Thank you. And I need to hold on. I want to fill in about what I was talking about because I did not mention reincarnation. It was
Let's not open it up to a new subject, Arwen. Stop. Okay,
and
you can
I
cover
never
that.
said it connected.
Arwen, please. You can cover that later. It's a new subject, and I'm pretty sure Adam wants to step in on the same subject. We'll see.
Yeah, well, it's just I defended the reincarnation stuff. That's a well-established theological, so I wouldn't challenge that whether I agreed or disagree with it. But I think this interpretation of the metaphysics of the causation of deja vu is, I wouldn't want to use the word bullshit, but I think it's completely just without foundation. It's just a fanciful interpretation with science fiction by the sound of things.
And that's what I asked. What backing it by?
But I have no problem with that. But me and Arwen are just speculating. None of us know. So if Neil, if you're going to say that sounds like a bunch of bullshit, then that means that you might have something better to add to the conversation. Because if you don't have any better speculation, then it really doesn't matter how you view it. The point is that that's the same thing as a baller saying that sounds like a bunch of bullshit, just because we're pointing out something in physics, and that sounds like a bunch of bullshit because they're seeing us just as flat earthers, not pointing out something that is maybe a concept or something like that, and it has to be seen for what it is. You're coming at it as, I'm a Christian, I know Arwen and Brian believe certain things, so this has to be a bunch of bullshit. That's how I heard that.
There was
if you have something from the Bible or something to help them at her grant.
Wrong, because I asked what are you backing it by? You heard it wrong.
That's how I heard it. That's how I heard it. So that's how I heard it too, Neil. When you do say,
life. We're gonna make you this way, and this is what we want you to do. Yeah, God needs you to.
Could you hear me talking back to you, Neil? I was just saying that I agree. That's exactly what it sounded like, and that's why I said what I said. Now, here's the thing. Just because you say what is yours, what is what you're saying back by, it leaves the connotation that if you did have some belief, that would be backed by some kind of authoritative literature or experience or something. So you are saying what we heard you saying. We know there's competing. I wouldn't call it competing, but whatever. Why can't you just leave shit alone, fam?
There was.
It's not cool. It's not cool. That's all.
There was the little bit that Arwen was reading, and I was just doing something. It just kind of sunk in a little bit on what those definitions you didn't like. But they did, listening to it, it did sound like a physical description of what's happening, that it was a feedback fault, deja vu. It said that said something along the lines of within the lobes and the medulla, you were getting an almost repeat firing epilepsy of the neuronal input, which would then give you the feeling of deja vu, wouldn't it? If the neuron fired twice, the second time, but so fast that you're not able to interpret it as two, but you are aware subconsciously that there was two neuronal firings of whatever the deja vu event is.
Wow.
That, I think, is what that's.
Are you saying it's like looking cross-eyed spiritually?
No, it's saying, like in the output in epilepsy. So I want to move my arm, Now, the message for moving my arm goes, but then it just, for some reason, it gets in a feedback loop. It keeps firing that, and that's what a fit is, yeah, put simply. What I'm saying is that description seemed to be the inverse. So from an input mechanism, the input comes in, whatever that input is, and instead of it just sending it once, it's sending it twice. Now, you're still receiving, the brain then puts it into an order, so you rationalize it, but it gives you that odd sensation of deja vu. I think that's what was being read in the physical description.
Right. Well, I agree
that might be
that
one type.
the deja vu does have a very specific type of sensation, and I'm like well versed in like figuring that out as an empath, the details of feelings, right? So yeah, it does have a very specific feelings, and sometimes that feeling can trigger and then almost through association make you believe that there is a deja vu happening when there isn't any actual cognitive material to suggest such, right? That also happens. It's like the other way around. Have you guys ever experienced that? It's just the feeling, just only the feeling, no elements. You don't really understand why you have the feeling then, right?
I'm not sure I have. Anyone else? Like it's always been a visual thing for me.
I mean, I've had experiences where I've never been somewhere, but all the sensations, the things that were said prior to them being said, like everything just kind of relapses to a degree, and it's like it's almost as if you're living within a memory. Not that you can distinct the past time and date that you experienced it, but
right.
I don't. Right. So I don't know if it's more of a sensational thing versus a practical, eventual thing, you know. But
that's a good description. The way you describe that, it does feel like you're re-experiencing a memory, but that is the sensory input. That's how it feels, right? What the cognition does with the information that is presented, and whether it can figure out whether you really did experience that before, or it's just really convincing feeling that you did, that's another matter.
Well, I think I don't know. I feel like maybe it's too much of an atomistic approach when trying to figure out exactly what's going on through like physics, quote unquote. I mean, there may be some kind of something that you can see or read with some kind of brain scan technology or something. But the only reason that I'm like apprehensive to just say, okay, it's as simple as that. It's like not anything that actually happened before that I'm experiencing. Maybe it's just some kind of signal mishap. The reason that I don't believe that is because I had what I call my first vision. And what happened was in this dream that didn't really feel like a dream, especially when I woke up, because I kind of woke up like with my eyes open. And it's, I don't know if you guys ever experienced like when they say a witch is riding your back, like you're sleeping, but you kind of not, like, because you know when you actually snap out of it and wake up that you were trying to open your eyes, like, so there, in this sense, in the vision, my eyes were open when I woke up. And the crazy thing about it was this morning that I had this dream or vision or whatever. In the dream, my bike got stolen, and then a guy pulled a gun on me.
What?
Yeah,
bro.
Those two things happened. So I wake up that morning like, that was pretty. Felt weird, that dream. Then that morning, I walk into the Dwayne Reed before my shift with my bike, and 2 seconds, I turn and my bike is gone. Someone had stolen it. And I said, wow, that's insane that my bike got stolen in my dream and stolen now. What a coincidence. Really, I wasn't being facetious. What a coincidence. Oh, that sucks. Well, good thing I have multiple bikes. So I go on to work. A couple hours later, say in the afternoon, I'm riding the one train, from Harlem, and a guy bumps into my bike. And I look at him with a little bit of attitude because I'm like, fucking hell, come on, man. And he's like, what? You got a problem? I'll shoot you right now. Today's not the day, fam. He didn't say fam, but I say fam. But he said, today's not the day. I will shoot you right now. Put my hands up. I said, man, I don't want no problem. No problem. I was totally shaken because, well, I had just had the dream. So it was he didn't actually pull a gun out on me though, but it was insane how that happened the very next day or the same day.
Yeah, that's
if I had the dream that morning.
some serious deja vu where you actually had the dream that is still in your memory when it's happening.
That's not deja vu, is it?
Well, that's more like a premonition.
Very distinctly different phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's premonition.
It's more of a premonition.
That is not deja vu. That is like a warning, a signal, a psychic warning, something you're being warned about something.
It's called a premonition.
With regards to deja vu, I want to use a phrase. I think you're all guilty of a metaphysical assumption bias.
Eli, do you feel that
that's
premonition? Fair. Eli, do you feel that premonition and the fact that you didn't have the gun pulled, maybe the bike scenario, right, made you reflect, and then when you got into the scenario where a gun might be pulled, your actions may have been influenced by the premonition that avoided the gun being pulled on you?
I believe so, because honestly, and the guy was a smaller frame than me, I would have given him lip. I would have given him attitude had that dream not occurred. Even if he would have said, I'll shoot you, I'd have probably went crazy on him. But because I thought, man, this dude probably really has a gun, and maybe there's a reason that I had that dream, which I was thinking after I had the bike thing happen. I was like, man, I wonder if that means anything. So it was more of a reflex at that point. When that happened, I said, oh, no, not this. I'm good. But had that not happened, the bike thing, I might have went, into it bullheaded, and then there might have been a different outcome. So that's possible.
That's the warning, though. The warning was that when this situation wasn't so much the bike being robbed, that was just the precursor to get you to pay attention to it. The warning was when you run and bump into this guy has murder on his mind, and if you push it with this guy, he will shoot you. The warning was he will pull a gun. Your decision at that point decided whether you got shot or not.
Hi. Do you ever have a decent
I'm glad
mic?
you're still with us.
Or you live in a rough area and you're having nightmares about it.
QE is trying to say something. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, QE, tell me why I'm alive. Come on, give it to us.
I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me?
No, what's up, brother?
Do you ever have a premonition of a decent mic?
I was trying to hold it away. I'm sorry, guys.
Does anyone have premonitions or flashbacks?
No. That's a contradiction in metaphysical terms.
What the hell are you guys on today?
Shrooms, LSD.
You're high on life, QE. It's
baller
summer.
juice.
We're all high
Baller
on
tears.
Well,
yeah, we drunk some of those.
High, though.
It gets
They're
you
still
depressed.
going strong and they're still going strong.
It keeps you
I'm gonna get it out.
hydrated, but that's about it.
Gotta be him. They're still going strong, chat skanking though. You haven't done anything about that. We got Dr.
Well,
Phil
no
in
one's had a
here.
premonition about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
All right,
got
I'm
Dr.
done.
Phil in
I'm
here.
done.
So I'm going to master the skill of chat skanking, and I'm starting it with you, QE.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing?
Good. Great show yesterday, QE Live.
Yeah. Do you like it?
Yeah, I was there in chat.
Ah, darn chiggers.
Yeah, by the way, next time I expect a more decent food talk and not this gross blister and bitey spider talk. That was like, ew.
Yeah, but you didn't see the blister, so it's not gross for you just yet.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
No, but still a good show.
Adam, I just sent you your demise, by the way. It was quite simple.
Yeah, I sent it you back. You're you're trouble, mate. You're all back to front upside down.
Is he using the wrong angle, Adam?
Have a banana and read my response.
I ain't reading your. I don't need to read the response.
Is he using the depression angle, Adam?
No, he just shot himself in the foot.
No, he didn't.
He's took his eyes over to the zenith of the star to figure it out.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. That's what the picture you
No,
just
I didn't. I took my
eyes.
eyes.
I'm going to put it on screen for everybody to see.
You don't have permission to do that.
Okay. Can I have permission to put it on screen for everybody to see how you've got your picture back to front?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just when I woke up, I scribbled it. I can't draw, so give me a break.
Put it back to front. That's why you think it's acute. Okay, can everybody see it?
No, just give me a sec.
Who's presenting that?
Adam, obviously.
Me.
What's that?
Tenth, Brian, can you see that?
Looks like a.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the depression angle, Adam. That's what I thought. I was thinking last night. Kiwi is thinking about the depression angle, like between him and the horizon, and his eye and then in the water. That is an acute angle, but that's not the angle we're talking about. We're talking about the obtuse angle.
Go to Master B. I posted it.
You can post all you want. You friggin' knuckleheads are looking at this. I don't know whether you're on Ludes.
Nathan, are you
Jack
on,
Daniels Bender?
Yeah, you can
Nathan,
see
can
it.
we go? Okay, plane astronomy. The page says, the second slide. Again,
what?
The distance at which. Can I read? Again, the distance at which.
No, you can't. Why would you need a citation for something as simple as this?
Because it's simple.
You've got
Again, the distance at which a receding object disappears behind the convexity is the same in whatever direction it's moving, and whatever may be the position of the observer, so long as his height above the water is the same. A well-defined line called the offing appears to bound the view on all sides, and every point on this line is found by the observation to be equal distant from the observer. Hence, it is a circle. Its magnitude depends only on the height of the observer and not on his position on the Earth's surface. It is also observed that a line drawn from the eye to the offing is not exactly at right angles to the vertical line drawn through the eye, but that the angle so formed is slightly obtuse, the obtuseness being greater as the eye is higher above the sea. The angle, however, is the same in all directions.
Yeah.
So Adam is right.
Where's the obtuse angle? So where's it? You didn't need all that. Just look at the picture.
Wait a minute, Mr.
Where's the obtuse angle?
I don't need all
I
that.
can call it a green-legged unicorn.
Yeah.
Where's the obtuse?
Okay. Let me just bring the picture back up, and I'll explain what you're doing. What your picture. We're supposed to be looking at the adjustment to the elevation angle. Now, the angle you've drawn is at the GP to the star to the observer. Okay.
That's
right. Well, that's not what the angle we're dealing with. You've got to go back to the boat, and the angle, the elevation, the height of eye correction is that obtuseness that it creates. That when the eye is on the surface, it's exactly 90 to the observer's zenith to the GP. As he raises up, that makes the angle obtuse
for the observer.
Acute.
What you've put
like
in
I
your
just
picture
showed.
Hold on, guys. I've just got to stop you.
the
Hold on.
GP.
Quantum Eraser. Adam is very slow and very deliberate in his response. So he has pauses.
I got citations. Hold on a second. I got citations from fucking Harvard, fucking
No swearing.
Caltech on a simple concept.
I'm asking you.
Subtract
right?
your eye of. Just relax. Just relax.
I don't need to relax.
You just subtract. Holy shit.
Relax. Listen to what I'm saying. Look at the picture you've drawn. Look at the claim you've made and realize that you've made a claim on the wrong side of the angle. The angle is at the observer's eye, not at the GP of the star.
No, what's wrong here is you're both correct. Huey, you are correct in what you showed there is an acute angle. But what me and Adam are talking about is not that. If you make another line from the eye line to the star, that angle will, right, those two lines will create an obtuse. And it's that obtuse
like I said
that
yesterday.
needs to be
Yeah,
corrected
I know
for
that.
to a right
Thanks for
angle.
the block of. Yeah, thanks for the block of instruction. I knew that. I told Adam yesterday. I said we're just looking at it from two different angles. No pun intended.
No, but we're looking at how we make height of eye correction and why it is an obtuse angle.
Oh, brother.
Nathan, I put a drawing to be online with celestial navigation. Adam is right here. Go to my drawing.
It's incorrect. And fuck your citations.
Hold on.
This is
hold on. Is your citation?
Can
I just take control for a second, please? Thank you. Stop. Oh, God. I'm trying to take control to get your diagram at 10th. I just need you to stop like everyone else. So your diagram that you've asked me to put up, is it the one that's handwritten on lined paper?
Yes, the one he said F you to, and you won't let me respond.
Well, I'm trying to get it up on screen. I just need to know what it is, but I need everyone to be quiet so I can establish that. Okay, it's up.
What is F you about what I said first? Nothing. All right.
Say that one more time, 10th. Say it one more time.
What is FU? I'll say it one more time.
Yeah,
why are you so toxic?
Adam is right. Yeah,
why are you so toxic to a panel member who's just talking?
Well, because I'm getting pissed off to a panel member.
Yeah, because you're toxic.
Shut up.
So now QE's toxic?
I'm going to tell you.
Toxic too.
I'm going to tell you right now. If you'd shut your pie hole, I'll tell you. You asked me a question, right?
Maybe this time it's you.
I'll win.
Oh, my God.
You're not helping. Go ahead, QE.
You asked me a question, right? Why did it piss me off so much? Well, because I think this is so simple, and I already told Adam, listen closely. We already established that we were looking at this at two different angles yesterday. I know what he's talking about. This is more or less a tongue-in-cheek thing. That's why. So I don't need citations from fucking Harvard when most of the citations on celestial navigation are wrong anyway, with the poster child being the one last night. Got it? We good?
No, we're not good.
We should be.
I have a drawing. It's not a citation. It's my understanding of what I read, so it's my drawing. It's on screen now if Nathan's sharing.
I can't see it.
Nathan, are you sharing?
Yeah, but
I'm sharing
but didn't you hear what he said? He said it was tongue-in-cheek between him and
Eli.
Adam.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you.
If it was tongue-in-cheek...
Thank you, Tent. Thank you. Yeah, I have got it on screen, but QE hasn't got my audience's screen. So if you need him to see it, it needs... Where is it in Master B? If you want to pick it up from there, QE.
Hold on.
I'll get back to this one. Let me go through the drawing first. I'll get back to Eli's comment. Okay, so on the top, on the top left, you have the zenith of a star, and it's an acute angle to the observer's eye line on the boat. The baseline is still the ocean. That's what you're talking about. On the right, you have the zenith of the star and the observer looking through the sextant at an obtuse angle because it's greater than 90. Then you have three things below. One is the star is always in the same position, that vertical line on the left. Bubble section gives you a level. So you got horizontal and you got a 90. So no dip correction necessary. Sea horizon on the water. If you had the section in your rubber ducky, no dip correction because you got a 90. If you're on a boat with a greater angle than 90, it's an obtuse. And the correction is
I'm sorry,
minus
that's
to get it
incorrect.
back to 90.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Well, I gave a citation. Where's yours?
Hold on.
Here we go back to the citation.
Sorry.
Not this one, the one before.
Oh, from Harvard. My bad. Sorry.
My gosh.
Okay.
No, I just made Harvard up. So we're back to the citation. That's great. That's lovely. Yeah. But of course, we already knew this from the beginning.
That's why you and Adam were going back and forth, wasting our time because you knew it.
Yeah. That's correct.
Yeah. A later apology for being stubborn doesn't work, Huey.
Yeah. Thanks. You going to divine anything else, 10th?
I don't have to divine. Just listen to the recording.
Listen to the recording. You're telling me to listen to the recording?
Let's not get acute with each other.
Yeah, we already all knew this.
The feeling in the room is, I think, a lot more obtuse than acute. Look, I think it's shown we were talking at cross purposes.
Yep.
Yeah.
We just look at it differently. That's all.
One way, one's describing the other, but
my joke landed with the right angle. Yours didn't.
In last night's show, it makes a statement that we always, because it took me a while to figure this out. It was doing my head in why you're subtracting, and why it makes the statement that height of eye is either zero or a subtraction from the angle that you measure, the elevation angle. Why you do that? I'm saying it's coming out understanding of how the deck works. But that to me is the answer. It is always an obtuse, because as the eye goes up, that's why we have to take a little bit off, because as the higher we go, we have this non-linear relationship where the decks and how it resolves is slightly different, and that's what they adjust for, and that's why it's always a negative from that angle. But from the other way around, it has to be a
put
positive.
my drawing back up. Put my drawing back up, and you see the guy looking at that angle, and then you subtract it down to sea level because the angle's acute.
But that's not is it? That's an adjustment, mathematical adjustment for the zenith depression angle, which you could mathematically convert the other way, and that's what I said it would be a positive. That's simple.
I don't think any of us can win this argument, because we're right to say obtuse, but we can't say the QE is wrong to say acute when he lays it out in that way.
Well, it's all a mathematical adjustment anyway from the measured elevation angle. So, but in terms of how it's explained, why it's explained, and more importantly to me, why it demonstrates a flat deck, what this obtuse angle is doing, and how it's demonstrating a flat deck.
Here's the problem. I'm going to tell you what the problem is. It's me, because I was in an indoctrination program in the military. Not kidding. That's what it was called. And we had a rope tying course, and then at the end we had a knot tying course, right? And we had to tie like 10, 15 knots, and then they'd come by and then evaluate it. So I'm tying this knot, can't remember which one, end of line bowling, who cares, doesn't matter. And the instructor's looking at me tie this knot. And he calls all the instructors over and he goes, "What's this?" He goes, "Go ahead and tie that knot again." I tied the knot upside down and backwards. They all stood there in awe. It came out right, but it was fucked up. The way I got there was fucked up. So that's the problem. Follow?
Savvy.
Does that explain it?
Savvy means yes, I understand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking last night, but I didn't want to start bringing it up on the show. I was thinking you were thinking about the depression angle that's created. which means you're right. But it doesn't mean we're wrong because we're thinking about the obtuse angle. But that doesn't mean you're wrong because you're thinking about the acute angle.
I knew that. That's why I started it.
For me, it's important to stay on that other side for later argument. And like I said, it lends an additional support for me that it's a flat deck. With that maths, it demonstrates it's a flat surface. And as the quotes that 10th had there and what you had in pink last night, that dip height of eye is solely a correction for the height of the eye above the deck. And that's the important thing to take from it. That it is solely that. Got nothing.
So that's a citation from celestial navigation, right?
Purely was the word, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry.
Right. Do we want to pull that up and go over that? Yes, maybe.
But that's the important bit. That's the bit that killed them. As we were discussing yesterday, that it was first bit is describing curves, tangents to a curve in these lines. Yeah, and then it goes on to just deny it and state exactly what it's for. It's just a function.
Go ahead and pull that up, Nathan. Let's go over celestial navigation citations and see how correct they are.
Which one?
Pull that up. Let's go over this.
Which one?
I just posted in Master B.
Giving me the whirly whirl at the minute.
So am I.
Post it again, maybe.
Why is it buffering?
I don't know. Maybe post it again.
All right, 1 second.
Okay, I got it.
You got it now?
Yes. Beautiful. Did you draw on this?
I did.
Go ahead.
Hold on a second. It's buffering. Give me a second. Can somebody read that?
The next thing we must account for is the fact that the horizon we see is not really 90 degrees from our zenith or from the vertical unless our eye is right at sea level. At sea level, the horizon is tangent to the sea surface and at right angles to the vertical. But our height of eye gets higher, the visible horizon dips lower and lower. The higher our eye, the bigger the amount of this dip angle. Figure 13.3 illustrates the situation. Dip is purely a function of our height of eye. So if that height is known, dip can be calculated. A table on the inside front cover of the Nautical Almanac provides the amount of dip to be continued. ...
Yeah. So, like we did on the show yesterday, did you? Let's go from the blue hash mark that I put at sea level. The horizon is tangent to the sea surface. You better get a strong drink for that one. Can you explain that one?
Who are you asking?
Well, a tangent.
Anyone, not you specifically, because this is a nautical citation here, so it must be correct. So at sea level, the horizon is tangent to the sea surface. Yeah. He should be rubber roomed. Right there, the whole thing collapses. Unless somebody can explain that to me.
This is why I said the only interpretation I can see there is a claim that the sea surface at this point is no longer the flat horizontal. It's a curved surface because we're going to have a tangent to it.
It's a curved surface. but the horizon isn't tangent to that. What's a tangent?
Yeah, is a tangent to the sea surface. So the only way that can be is if you're reifying it as the leading edge, the horizon, and the surface is curved. So as you look to it, it's at a tangent to you because it's not. Yeah, it's only touching that one point because it's curved. Yeah, so they're trying to make out the surface is curved in this bit of the description.
Yeah, but the horizon's not curved.
No, the horizon is a tangent to the curved surface of the sea. Yeah, so it's
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's wrong for reality and it's wrong for the globe.
Yeah.
Because for a start, it can't be a tangent to the curve because the curve would be below that. So it's not touching it at any point. It would have to be within their model a refracted up horizon that's giving him a horizontal that he can use. Whereas in reality, calling it a tangent means it's a tangent to a circle, that there's a circle right there. That's what he's trying to claim. Right there at the right where he's looking at the horizon, that line, that straight horizontal line he's looking at, is touching a curve somewhere. Yeah. It's just like panic describing. That's what a panic description. That's how I call it, because he doesn't know how to deal with reality.
He's forced in a geometric horizon there.
We're going a little bit too deep. The horizon isn't tangent. And the next one, this is really good. We'll keep going on that same sentence. At sea level, the horizon is tangent to the sea surface and at right angles to the vertical. But as our height of eye gets higher, get ready for this one. The visible horizon dips lower and lower. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, every time I raise in height, that horizon just keeps on dropping. When I get up on top of my roof, I have to look down to the horizon every single time. This guy's batshit insane.
Yeah,
this
because
is celestial navigation.
It has to. Well, sorry. No, you go ahead. You finish what you're saying. I'll say that. Okay.
This is celestial navigation citation, man. See my point?
Yeah, but
hopefully.
Yeah, I do. I see your point because on his globe, the horizon has to continually drop. Like so, him rising above sea level, let's just say, is making sea level go down. That's the way he has to view it, as opposed to him rising up and changing his angle to the horizon, which brings the horizon further from him visually. That's the thing, isn't it? But he has to describe it as the horizon going down the way, because he can't view it as him just going up and the horizon staying where it is.
Yeah, but he just contradicts himself with everything he said previously by saying dip is purely a function of our height of eye. You see how within this lunacy, he's got a continuity error. In reality, it's off the reservation to begin with. This whole paragraph is, except dip is purely a function of our height of eye. That's the only, you take everything else away, then that's good. But with everything else, it's a continuity error between the top of the paragraph and that statement right there, number one. Number two, the horizon isn't tangent. He's friggin' out of his mind. And then he's using Al-Biruni's dip angle. In celestial navigation, by the way. There's about 5 other points that I really don't have to go over.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's back to he's saying whatever he has to say to keep his belief alive inside his own head, because that description is for him as opposed for the public. He has to keep that belief alive, because from his eye line at the water to the horizon, whatever distance that is, that cannot be a horizontal in his world. It can't be.
No, if we do our best to understand that first bit before the pink circle and try to interpret it, in their Bohr world, then he's firmly making a claim that dip is both a function of height of eye and also a function of awe, which is, like I say, the first part is describing how awe would be a function in the consideration of dip. But then he goes on to make the statement that dip is purely a function of our height of eye. It is a complete contradiction to what he's just described. He's actually doing it on a ball.
Can you read
he's
the
equivocating.
first 3 sentences again? I think we all kind of missed something there.
Wait a second. I'll go ahead and I didn't post it in Discord. You in Discord?
Yeah.
1 second.
But Adam is correct. He's equivocating between the original definition of dip correction, which is height of eye, and the nowadays globalized dip correction, which is a mathematical correction, or 7/6 or correction from a geometric horizon to the real horizon.
Yeah.
So it's equivocating between the two.
An Alberuni horizon is what is, but it's geometric. You see, fundamentally, there's no. For it to have validity in what he's saying, it has to be solidly geometric for you to be able to draw anything from it. So no refraction, otherwise it just all goes to pot.
So you're saying he's putting a Alberuni?
He's doing an Alberuni horizon, isn't he? It's a solid geometric thing that he can measure to. Yeah. So that horizon's going to move based on his height, his viewing above the ball, and the rate of curvature, the R value of the ball. Anyway, right, I've got to go, guys. I'm off to my son's rock concert, so I'll catch you tomorrow.
Later, Adam.
Later, Adam.
See you later. Don't drink too much.
Yeah, I got another family event in QE. I'll see you later.
Yeah, that cracked me up. I was going to say something, but yeah, go ahead. That's cool.
See you guys.
Yeah, see you.
Do you want to hear another bit of globe craziness?
I think I'm all full.
I don't know. This might tip you over the edge. You know the way I've been stating with fact that angular size and angular measurements and perspective does not exist on a globe. All globe mathematics are all orthographic mathematics, and there is no perspective involved. And that is why on their model, their mathematical model, that Polaris appears to rise and fall in the sky due to somebody going down over Earth curve or back up over Earth curve, right? That's their official claim. A guy called Harry Callahan, who you have dealt with before, QE, I don't know if you remember him. He's fairly astute when it comes to writing comments and stuff like that. He stated that perspective is involved, but it's only negligible for why Polaris appears to rise and fall. So
was that Dirty Harry writing comments?
Harry Callahan, yeah, Harry Callahan. I don't think it's Dirty Harry. It's not Clint Eastwood, but it's Harry
That's
Callahan.
His name.
That's his name.
That's his name.
Yeah. So perspective is only negligible. So I'm waiting for him to tell me how things are measured orthographically in reality, and I need to know if the angular position or angular size of something is the actual position and actual size. So I'm waiting on that from him. So perspective is supposedly part of their maths, but it's negligible. But they'll still be able to show it if it's in their maths.
I think I've heard some crazier shit than that. But it's a good point.
I don't know. Because now they have to show perspective within their maths.
Well, they haven't been able to do that. That's the whole point.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the beginning, when we orthographic measurements in reality. Sorry.
Yeah, no, in fact, that was somebody just put pictures in chat saying the same thing. I think it was Phil. He used the windmills out on the lake. He goes, "This is a globe Earth proof," or something to that effect. Just a few minutes ago.
Wow, 2016 wants their arguments back.
Yep.
I don't want. Well, that killed the conversation.
Yeah. So the moral of the story that I was trying to get to was, don't put your trust in celestial navigation citations. That's the moral of the story.
That's what I said from the beginning when I started reading them, and said there's full of contradictions, riddled with it, and the angle measurement is what outs them out. So no one's putting their full trust in it.
I actually really liked that presentation you did, and you should do it again. You should do it once a week, where you show all their different citations, where they're speaking about the same things but labeling them all different. Yeah, like one time the visible horizon is the real horizon, another time it's the sensible horizon. All this stuff, where they're not in balance with each other, where the labels are changing as per the diagrams and the definitions.
No, I know which one you're talking about. The only thing they get right there is angle measurements, but then they have to draw the dingleberry because they have to pre-assume and project a globe Earth. And the minute they draw their dingleberry, the angle measurements contradict any globe illustration underneath the angle. Whenever they do an angle, they have to stay true to an angle. So they make a rational horizon, which is the center of the Earth, a semi-hemisphere cut in half. So all the measurements from the nautical almanac originate from a disk that's flat, not a curved surface. So once I saw that all the measurements have to be rerouted back to a flat plane, the disk of a cut globe, it was easy to spot what they were doing. It's all happening on the flat plane. They just took it to the center of a cut globe. And then they started playing around. Well, how do we make this work out if we're on the surface? So they put something called the sensible horizon, which is like a bubble level giving you a horizontal. It's not a real horizon, because the real horizon is where the sky meets the sea. And that's called the offing. And that's the furthest a person could see where the sea is level in 360 around them if he's in the middle of the ocean. And that's what you bring the sun star to with the sextant. And that's why you do height of eye, because the Earth is flat. It was easy to spot, and now we just have to go through all the corny stuff that's in the books.
Okay, then. How long is this short and comfortable silence going to last? How long is this long and comfortable silence going to last?
It starts up someone.
How are you guys? We're just dealing with it in the trenches, in the comments, and always dealing with the same shit. I'm sorry, same stuff.
Well, we're here to help.
Huh?
We're here to help.
Oh, I don't really find myself struggling too much against them anymore. It's gotten more and more what's the word, heated up for them, and you can tell they're really grasping at straws. And I'm in the comments, and what can we do? What can they do? You can count around level to formulas that are, invented to, work for you and your theory that you already got from flat measurements. It gets hard in the trenches, Nathan.
Fair enough.
But I wouldn't have it any other way. I love it. I really do. Speaking truth to lies is what we do, and that's what I really appreciate from the whole community. All the chatters and all the panelists and all the channels. Flat Earth is awesome because it's true, and you don't ignore what's true. Apparently you can, but I don't like it, so I keep coming back.
Very good.
What a lot of people don't realize is, like, because we've heard people say to us many times now in the past year and a half, I'd say, about Discord, about how it's the trenches and all the rest of it. And it's tough going in Discord, and all the ballers go in there and they all equivocate and they won't concede and blah blah blah. But Nathan's show was the original. Nathan's show was the original trenches. All the people that came up with all the tactics that are behind the people that are in Discord now, all those people started on Nathan's. All the ballers, Ruhif, all of them, they all started on Nathan's. Nathan's was the trenches. And they had to move it from Nathan's because they started losing there. So they moved it to other places like Ranties and other places. And now they're all in Discord.
Nathan, I'll put 2 slides in Master B if you want to continue on the subject.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So you can see here the rational horizon, which is parallel or continues to the celestial horizon, which is to the celestial sphere. So here it extends beyond the Earth's surface and goes outwards towards the inner surface of the celestial sphere. So it's called the celestial horizon, from the edges of a presupposed sphere to the celestial sphere, and from the presupposed edge of a sphere to the other end of the sphere, the diameter, that would be known as the rational horizon. That disk in the middle basically has several names. Then on top, with a bubble section, if you're on an airplane or somewhere where you can hold a bubble, right, you create a horizontal that matches that. And that's called the sensible horizon. It's a horizontal. It's not an actual horizon, but it's level. It gives you a reference point to get your angle from. And we've seen this with the bubble section or even the artificial horizon with the Pan of Mercury. Now, the surface of the globe is never used for navigation because the globe is a lie. That dingleberry is never used. All the almanac numbers, tables, coordinate from the origin, which is the center of the Earth. Now, even in their presupposed model, what is the center of the Earth? It's not curved. It's a great circle, horizontal great circle, a disk. So their angles are never emanating from a curved surface because angles cannot come from a curved surface. Now, if you go to the next slide, you can see how it's being done because it's a altitude azimuth coordinate system. It's a horizontal coordinate system because you're on the Earth, based on what an observer sees in the sky. The zenith is a point directly above the observer. There's your 90. The nadir is a point directly below the observer. So minus 90, they say, but that's just below the observer on a flat plane. For the globe, that's the other part of the globe you don't see in this picture, the South Pole. Horizon, 0. They gave it away right there. This is why it's riddled with contradiction. Altitude, angle above 0 horizon to the object, star, sun, etc., range from 0 to 90. How much more clear do you want it? Azimuth is a horizontal angle north in a clockwise motion to get your degrees of the direction or bearing, and that's on the flat plane because that's a horizontal angle. That center of their Earth is really, in this picture, the surface of the Earth, and this is how they get angles. They just moved it to the center. And this is the local viewing distance of an observer with a star from 0 to 90. So the Earth could be bigger than this, but this is all you're going to see from 0 to 90. It's all flat. It's all angles.
Cool, thanks.
Got it.
Man. Birdman, are you out there? Cuckoo. Birdman, you put the 7 steps of the scientific method in chat. This is incorrect.
Shout out to Face Reality, who says, Face Reality, Face Inevitability. Thanks, Nathan, QE, 10th Man, and FED panel. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the super chat, Face Reality.
Birdman, you came off mute, but you're not saying anything. I gotta go snatch up breakfast. Hold on a second. Hey, Nathan, I'll post what he posted in here. I think he got it from Science Buddies. You know what the first step from Science Buddies is, right?
Ask a question.
Yeah, I'll put it in Master B in case Birdman comes back. I'm not going to dog him out. I just wanted to make sure that he understands this is incorrect.
I want to make sure that
I'll be back in a few.
I'll be following that method. Am I going to have chicken tonight? That's the question.
I have an update on my Ruhif debate.
Oh, brilliant. Yes, please.
July 19th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on McToon's channel.
Is it McToon's channel?
Yeah, I have I can't give you a link from McToon's channel. I didn't even know he existed until like a week ago.
Well, McToon is incapable of building his own popularity, so he was given a second channel by way of charity from Conspiracy Cats. So somebody more popular and able to build an audience like Cats has gifted a popular channel to him.
Well, I suppose that's where it will be. I'm not sure. He just said it'd be on his channel. So,
on the anti-flat Earth side of things, you can build multiple channels, so many channels that are so profitable you could just give them away. That's how more effective it would be to be an anti-flat earther. Yeah, I've got channels coming out my ears. Here you go. Less popular people who are incapable of building a channel of your own that's popular. You have one of my surplus ones. The other one was Mr. Sensible. Yeah, just incapable of building a popular channel, so they get gifted channels by people who are capable of building popularity. Here you go. Have a few 100,000 subscribers or wherever it is they've managed to build in the anti-flat Earth arena. Probably less.
Hey Nathan, I left you a Skype message.
Okay. I can only assume you want to discuss this verbally.
Nope. Good show.
No, is the answer.
July 19th, McToon's channel. Got it.
Sorry, yeah, 8 p.m. July 19th, McToon's channel.
Formerly.
Is that Eastern Standard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Sorry, I just got back. What's 8 p.m. Eastern?
On the old conspiracy chat that's now been donated to McToon channel. There'll be the debate there.
There's a debate on McBooger Eater's channel. When?
No. It's, well, yes and no. McBooger Eater wasn't capable of building his own popularity, so someone had to take action and give one of their surplus. You know, they almost built too much popularity. So they gave that surplus channel away to McToon and Mr. Sensible so that they could have a taste of the popularity they were incapable of building in an arena that has the Western world behind it. You know, so they've been given a different channel. But obviously it's been rebadged. You know, it's like buying a Sony and then putting McToon on the front. Yeah? It's a rebadged Sony called a McToon. But it's on, in quotes, McToon's channel. Yeah?
So when is it? 8 p.m. when?
On the charity channel.
8 p.m. when? Today, tomorrow, next week, 8 years from
July
now,
19th. Eastern 19th.
July. 19 July. Do you have the link for the channel?
If you are subscribed to Conspiracy Cats, you'll be subscribed to it.
I'm not.
I'll get you the link. I don't have it. I didn't even know this channel existed until just recently.
Oh, it didn't. It was rebadged. It used to be a Toyota Corolla.
Can you post it in Master B or somewhere popular so we all know where it is? And secondly, did Birdman come off mute?
No.
Do you say moot all the time, or?
Yes, intentionally.
Yeah, I did, because it's a tongue-in-cheek reference to Timmy Clown, because he used to confuse moot and mute. So I just, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, it's a mute point.
Citation.
All right. Did I get an answer
I had
to my previous
citation.
question?
Somebody said citation. I wasn't arguing anything, but
I need a citation for the pronunciation.
it's all in the spelling.
But he just gave you that by referencing Timmy Clown.
Moot, like moo cow, and mute with a U.
Got it. I just wish I was funny.
It's all about the timing.
All right, Birdman, you tried to come off mute again, and it didn't work. So radio check, Birdman.
Go.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead and drop out and come back in.
A flatty, by the way.
Say again.
He's a flat earther, in case you decide that you're going to grill him on globe earth stuff, just because he's...
I know he is. I wasn't going to... I just want to correct it.
No, I get that.
Can I make a joke beforehand?
Does that destroy the humour if
If
you
you
ask
say no, that's
permission?
okay.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. How you know the difference between
Yeah, we can
moot
hear
and
you,
mute?
but other people want to make jokes, Birdman. Just relax for a second. We'll get back to you.
No.
I don't
If we
have
can,
to make the joke.
Okay, I've given permission now. It's only fair.
Okay. The difference between moot and mute is cows and Aussies. So moot, right, cow, and mute, Aussies. My utility vehicle.
Mute.
Yeah, that's what they call a pickup truck.
Yeah, a utility vehicle. Very good. Okay, so I've forgotten the guy's name now.
Birdman.
Birdman.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now I'm
Okay.
eating
Loud and
breakfast.
clear.
I'm eating breakfast right now. I'm
All right.
hoping Nathan. I'm hoping Nathan can take over here just for a couple seconds. I
I
think he
could
can
have a
handle it.
guess. I mean, you've posted a akin to, I don't know if it is, Science Buddy's description of the 7 or 8 steps of the scientific method. Was that because you were tearing a new one from a globe Earth believer who gave you that nonsense for us to laugh at how stupid it was, or?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Yes. I got it from the actual
do it.
Google. Like you just Google it, and that's what comes up, the 7 steps, because they were talking about science. And we want to know if they even know what that means according to the definition, right?
Okay, and they gave you this, or you went and got them this?
I got it. I went and got it.
You got this and presented it to them?
Yes.
Because
that's what the definition is if you look it up.
But do you believe that is what it is? Do you believe that is actually what science and the scientific method is? Would you stand by that as being correct?
I would say that would be the start to form your hypothesis, but after that, you have to prove it, which is science. Science is proving something, like water is level. We can prove this through so many actual experiments. So, time and time again, we find that they are showing level.
Okay.
So
couple of things. You're digging
not?
deeper. Hold on, Birdman. You're digging deeper and deeper, man. I just relax right now.
All right.
Just go with the 7 steps.
The first problem is that you're asking the wrong questions of science if you think that water being level is something that science is going to inquire about.
So yeah, it's a what is question.
Indeed. So cause and effect is all that you're going to be finding this methodology useful for. Elucidation of cause and effect only. That's what the scientific method is used for. So first step is observe a phenomena. That's the real first step. Something happening in nature that you want to know the answer to. But in the citation, you've got the first step as ask a question. So the easiest way to check its validity is to try and actually put something through the method. So let's do that now. So I'm going to ask a question. Will I have chicken tonight? Would you say that that's reasonable? Because that's their first step.
If that's what they want, that's probably what they'll plan to have and put it into effect.
Right, but can you recognise that straight away there's a problem with that? Me suggesting whether or not I'll have chicken dinner's not really open to scientific inquiry. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I agree.
So would you therefore concede that straight off the bat, it's not detailing the scientific method because that wouldn't be a valid first step in the method?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so given that Arwin explained that the other thing that it isn't open to inquiry with is what is questions, it's cause and effect questions. The actual first step is to observe something happening in nature that you want to know the cause of, a phenomena.
Right.
Okay, so once you've got that thing that's happening in nature that you want to know the cause of, that's half of a hypothesis. Because that which you are studying, the phenomena you are studying, the thing happening in nature that's occurring that you want to know the cause of, is also known as a dependent variable.
Right.
Half of the hypothesis is done. All you need then is your presumed cause of the thing you're studying, which is your independent variable, the thing you'll vary to see if it causes that. And once you've got those two things, you've got a hypothesis. If my presumed cause, then the effect I'm studying in nature. That's the real second step of the scientific method, formulation of a viable hypothesis with a cause and effect relationship with an independent variable that you can actually vary and is actually real and is actually your independent variable in the hypothesis, and the dependent variable, aka something you're studying and want to know the cause of. If A, then B. That's a hypothesis, excluding null.
Yes.
That's it. Last step in the method. Vary A, see if it causes B. If it causes B, you've validated your hypothesis, aka you've had a successful experiment. If it doesn't cause B, then you've also had a successful experiment. You proved it didn't cause it. It wasn't that then. So at the outcome of the validation of the hypothesis, or actualization of the hypothesis, otherwise known as an experiment, you will empirically validate if what you think causes the effect causes it or doesn't. That's the method, the real method. Unlike the science buddies starting with how you're going to ask a question first. No. First step, observe natural phenomena and ask what caused it.
Right, so there's not 7 steps.
There's really only 3. Observe natural phenomena, formulate a hypothesis, and then actualize the hypothesis. That's it.
Right.
Experimentation.
So my hypothesis is...
Yeah, that's what I said. Hold on, Owen. I said actualize the hypothesis. That's an experiment.
Right. So if my hypothesis is that water should level out if I put it into a glass, and then I proceed with pouring it into the glass and it does level out, well, there you go.
Almost. You're almost there.
No, that's not correct.
If you said that you observed water from a waterfall and you were on a ledge and a bit splashed off, and the bits that splashed off that you observed in nature happening to splash off the side of the waterfall landed on this little flat bit and then found their level, I would argue that you could describe that as a naturally occurring phenomena that you could science.
Yeah, it's a natural occurring phenomenon. Yeah. I mean, it just happens. Sure. It levels out when it hits.
Yeah, so your question is, why does water level out? Why is water always level? That would be the phenomenon.
Sorry, it's the bad English. Why does water find and maintain its level?
That's it. My English wasn't the best.
Yeah, that sounds better.
I hope. Can I just add a little bit of clarity?
The answer is relative density.
Right? Well, there's a couple of different things, but can I just add some clarity? A hypothesis is 2 parts. It's your dependent variable, which is the effect, naturally occurring effect that you observed, and your independent variable, what you think is the natural cause of that effect. That's your hypothesis. The hypothesis test, that is a scientific experiment in natural science. So for you the test then will involve your independent and dependent variable, but you'll also have control variables, and you'll also have a null hypothesis within that test. But the hypothesis itself is just 2 parts. It took me a good while to get that correct.
Okay then. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
You may have to go back to the pink paper again.
You mean the pink writing?
Yeah, pink writing.
Pink writing is people being told to establish what their phenomena is, dependent variable, what they claim causes it. We had some funny old crap come out during that process. Gravity one was the most memorable. Well, what's your dependent variable? Well, mass attracting mass. Not that that occurs. Well, what's the independent variable? Well, mass. So, if mass, then mass attracts mass.
Well, even if they did know what was the actual phenomenon of gravity, hold on. Even if they did know what the actual phenomenon of gravity was, how are you going to very manipulate it in order to establish it as being the cause of that effect? They don't. So even if they had a phenomenon, they're still stuck. What are you going to do? Right? You're just going to be displacing things in space, and that's supposed to prove the cause of the effect? No, it's just going to tell you what is. Like, how are the things displacing, right? Which are very easily calculable through relative density, which is based on a legitimate scientific experiment.
No, they'll come back with Cavendish.
But that doesn't even it's weighing the Earth, and gravity is presupposed. It's not an experiment that proves gravity of any sort by a long shot.
Listen to the chat, skanks. We have Extremistus. He's going to strike again. Listen to this comment. Let's take the Large Hadron Collider. Is that considered an experiment? It accelerates some atomic particles to high speeds and then collides them to see what is produced. Is that considered an experiment?
Sounds natural to me.
He's getting ready to unleash his intellect on the unsuspecting flat earthers.
Natural.
I would say that would be more of a fairy tale story. Can you verify subatomic particles? Has anyone isolated them, or are they only like little blips and mathematical assertions that
No, they got squiggly lines,
just relax.
man.
We're on
They got
the
squiggly
experiment
lines.
part.
Sorry.
Just don't follow it, Arwen.
But they claim that they won't be allowed to speak in the chat, so they don't come in and talk.
Oh, that's what they claim. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. Look in the chat. It's there.
They won't be. No, is it true that they won't be allowed to speak in the VC?
No, it's not. I'm speaking.
Well, there you go. So let's deal with what Extremistus said. That's getting all the baltards there. He's rallying them together. Fucking clowns. So, what's the answer to the question?
What's the question?
I figured. So, Extremistus said, let's take the Large Hadron Collider. Is that considered an experiment?
No.
It accelerates Okay. Do you want me to continue or just stop right there?
Sorry, my bad.
Where do I observe it?
Just let QE actually ask an answer. It was rhetorical. My bad.
You're welcome to stop.
It's okay. Shut up, Masto, you retard. So, Extremistus, he said, I'm gonna read the whole thing out and then we'll piece it. So he says, let's take the Large Hadron Collider. Is that considered an experiment? Of course, he put a period after Hadron Collider and experiment. So essentially he's illiterate, but I digress. It accelerates subatomic particles to high speeds and then collides them to see what is produced. Is that considered an experiment? So there's two questions. And there's a period after produced too. So there's two questions here. Is the Large Hadron Collider, is that considered an experiment?
No. It's a what is situation. They're just screwing around. Like, oh, what happens? Presupposing all of what they're doing is actually real. It's not just a bunch of electromagnets being turned on. Like, whoo, that's it.
But no, it's just a physical apparatus. That's what it is. Without a Hadron Collider. It's a physical apparatus.
No, it's a giant freaking magnet, and they just turn it on. Oh my God, the gods will be angry. Oh, it's a giant magnet. That's it.
Well, no.
He's doubling down.
Hold on a second. It's a little simpler than that, Arwen. You can go in what the Hadron Collider is, but it's just a physical apparatus. It's like, is that mountain, is that considered an experiment? See? You get it?
Yeah.
Maybe if you think that all mountains are molten buildings.
Now, we're not saying anything about what the mountain's doing, Arwen. It's just the mountain inherent.
I'm just screwing with you.
So the second I put his post, Extremistus post, just in case people think I'm making this stuff up. And Master B, Nathan. So if you go to Master B, that's his post. That's what I'm reading from.
Okay.
So the second question, it accelerates now we're getting into what it does. It accelerates subatomic particles to high speeds and then collides them to see what is produced. Is that considered an experiment?
No, because that's not something we observe in nature. We actually couldn't observe it.
He's already offered his conclusion. He suggested if a real scientist uses it, then it's an experiment. That's his conclusion. He said,
what's a non-real scientist then?
You say it's not an experiment. Those that actually build it say it's an experiment. So in his mind, if those people are real scientists, according to him, and they use it, then it's an experiment. That's the definition of an experiment.
So if
this
Adam
clown's been out here,
Dr. John,
this clown's been out here for more than 3 years and asked these questions and makes these statements. I don't know what you call that, but it's a scary place.
if Adam and Dr. John D, if the two of them got together and created an apparatus and then called it an experiment, does that mean it's an experiment because they called it an experiment, even though they didn't adhere to scientific method? That doesn't make it an experiment. I don't care who they are.
It's an experiment if it actualizes a valid hypothesis, and a valid hypothesis has an independent variable and a presumed cause of that effect you observed in nature, aka a dependent variable, independent variable relationship that you're validating. That's what an experiment is. If it's anything other than that, it's not an experiment.
Yeah, but extremists is using the tactic of, or defense, I should say, of, well, real scientists say it is an experiment. Well, Adam and Dr. John D are real scientists, if you want to see it in that way. The two of them could create an apparatus and call it an experiment. That doesn't mean it is. If they haven't adhered to scientific method and they haven't observed the natural phenomenon, then it's not, you know, if they haven't started even with step, it's not a real experiment. It doesn't matter who they are. An engineer can build a toilet and call it a building, but doesn't make it a building.
Has extremists defined what an experiment is to be claiming it's an experiment?
No, if it establishes the cause. Did I just say this about 25 seconds ago? It's only an experiment if it establishes the cause of a naturally occurring effect, or discounts a presumed cause of a naturally occurring effect, aka phenomena and independent variable presumed cause of that effect. And if A, then B being validated by you varying A to see if it causes B, if it does or doesn't, you've validated your experiment. It's just that simple. Anything outside of that is not an experiment.
Right, but does extremists know that?
I don't know. It's probably not.
Probably not, because of his statement that that was an experiment.
Yeah, indeed. He thinks that an apparatus or a gadget or a gizmo or a parlour trick is somehow an experiment because it looks snazzy. I don't know why he thinks that, but it isn't.
He's rallying all the baltards in chat skanking. He's got him going, boy. They're all looking up to him.
Is that right? Oh, nice.
But he won't speak live. He won't speak. That's established.
He will when it suits him. But he's not going to speak on this maybe because he knows that he's on a loser with it. But he can do it in chat and rally some of his friends to support him in this completely incorrect statement. Ask him if perspective is negligible in globe maths.
Well, ask him something. I wouldn't trust extremists if I asked him how much air pressure is in his tire or what time it is. I'd be concerned whether he could critically think to give me the right answer. I mean, this guy's a certifiable retard. If you've been out here for 3 years around the vicinity and ask him what's an experiment or not, you got bigger problems than whether the Earth is flat or sphere or not. Let me tell you that.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Going off of what was said to me by this guy, Harry Callahan, this border, he stated that in globe mathematics, perspective is negligible. Now, the sun in their model has a diameter of 800,000 plus miles, right? It has an angular size of 0.5 degrees as an average, somewhere around that. So, would that be considered negligible?
Are you saying negligent?
Negligible.
Negligible.
Yeah. So is that negligible? Like, is that just a negligible amount? As opposed to it being 800,000 miles in diameter within their model. It's only a 0.5 angular size, 0.5 of a degree. Something you can't have on a globe, an angular size.
Nobody's answering
Would that
you.
be considered negligible?
Well, I know it's not rhetorical, but no one is answering you.
Yeah, someone should, like, I mean, can someone elaborate on that? How can it go from being 800,000 miles in diameter to being just 0.5 degrees for us, something you can't have on a globe? But that's just negligible, supposedly, according to what I'm getting off of Harry Callahan, who's starting to rise up the ranks of the globals. Negligible. So perspective is just negligible.
No response, Brian.
Nah, just more thinking out loud, Nathan. Because let's take it down to the
that he was an asshole.
Good one, Neil.
Didn't he just admit he was an asshole?
He admitted to being an asshole in general. I think he admitted to being an asshole in certain circumstances where he wasn't understanding a question asked by a divergent droid about the sky vacuum. He strawmanned in with the container.
That's not Harry Callahan, though.
Yeah.
It's a different person, Neil. That was extremists. I'm talking about Harry Callahan. If I see the Empire State Building getting smaller and smaller in the distance as I move away from it, and that building is, like, I don't know how many meters high, would that be considered negligible mathematically?
No, be considered an experiment.
Nathan, how would I measure something orthographically?
How would you don't. You transpose something into an orthographic view. I don't know, you measure something orthographically. What do you mean?
Well, how do I measure perspective orthographically? Because all the globe maps is orthographic.
You don't measure perspective orthographically.
Well, supposedly it's part of the, according to this Harry Callahan, it's part of the maths, and it's negligible.
See?
Well, see, that's the point they're confused on. It's actually a flat Earth celestial sphere in orthographic view. They just don't realize it's a flat Earth. They're asserting that celestial sphere means it's a globe, and
correct.
They're just confused.
Oh yeah, it's heavy confusion.
Surveyors.
I'm
hold
sorry.
on, hold on. Here's what you tell them. Well, do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? That's what you tell Harry Callahan.
Did I shoot 5 or 6?
Yeah. Surveyors use a plane. That's all they use. They only measure a plane on every survey they do. So planes linking together after plane with each surveyed spot is always on a plane as far as you go. They don't account for curvature.
No, and even the globe's 8 inches per mile squared. That's a rise over run drop rate. That's basically what that is. In how they measure a slope in surveying is what's known as rise over run. And that's a drop rate. That's a rise over run drop rate. And that's why our opposition, we're always talking about how it creates a parabola, because it creates a slope. But they don't know like that's a third back calculation from flat Earth elevation angles anyway. But that's like three times apart from it. But that's what it is. The 8 inches per mile squared drop rate is a drop rate. That's what it is. And if you like, what they're trying to do is basically take the drop rate of Polaris and somehow using refractive means and other things, trying to come up with a physical drop rate, a rise over run slope to match that. Their whole model is absolute. It's a mathematical disaster, as well as being fantastic mathematically.
I know what you're thinking.
Look,
what am I thinking?
Did I shoot 6? Only 5.
Yeah.
I tell you, in all this excitement,
Shut up, you
I kind of
golfer.
lost track myself. Of course, I'd get fucking rumpus, right?
Owen was moaning earlier, right, quite profusely about how he didn't get to make the end of his joke. Weren't you, Owen?
Fuck.
It's just all this golf talk, man. Come on.
Yeah, you defend
Flat
this.
Earth. It's flat. It's flat.
We're not talking about golf, Howard. That wasn't a golf reference at all.
What?
That wasn't a golf reference. QE is referencing Dirty Harry, the movie.
Shit. Sorry, John.
No worries. It's ruined.
Like their reference frames.
Sucked all the humour out at this moment, Arwin. Let's not sugarcoat it.
You mean Nathan's reference frames? Nathan's reference frames are ruined.
That's what they like to think. But that's the comfort of turning everything inside out. In the reversed world, like their inability is their victory, because suddenly they project it onto the opponent, and then they have all that room that we actually have, right? It's delusional, it's envious, it's what they do.
So we got Extremistus in chat skanking. He's back. He's helping everyone refocus. Here's what he says. It's in Master B. So back to my original question. They got off on a couple tangents. You know how that goes. Every scientist on Earth will say that the LHC is an experiment, but flat earthers say it's not an experiment. Someone else mentioned if we go by the definition of the scientific method, then it's not an experiment. Does that mean that every single scientist that designs/uses the LHC does not know what the scientific method is? End of comment.
How would you know what all these claimed scientists that work at the LHC think? I mean, he's claiming to know what they think. I have no idea what these people think. I'm not them people.
Now, what he's trying to do, this numpty dipshit, is use his Elmer Fudd science acumen to set up a dichotomy between scientists, whatever he means by that, and what flat earthers think. Do you see it? He's trying to put that dichotomy up that flat earthers are batshit insane because scientists, that what he divined, they think about the LHC. Follow?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's creating a straw man type situation where we, as flat earthers, must be wrong because our crazy group thinks the opposite from what he seems to know all these supposed scientists think in the LHC. Like, these people are scientists, we're just crazy flat earthers. And he knows what they think, and he's telling us what we think.
The possibility that they would just set him down and pat him on the head and say, "You're in a category error, my son. We're not doing experiments here. We're discovering things."
It's all a growth curve, and I think we're all doing fantastically, really, right? Like,
thank you,
everyone each in their own way.
I needed a little pep talk. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did notice that today is the 13th of July. Did that Ruhif debate ever take place, or?
Except for the 18th, or 19th, I'm sorry, 19th of July.
Okay. Originally the 12th, now the 19th. All right.
Okay, good. So another week.
You know, sorry.
I was just going to say, yet another week to wait. Wasn't it 3 or 4 weeks ago this was first tabled as an idea?
What are they debating on?
Describe reason for why he's not got his shit together and just set a date, but it just might be incompetence instead of fear.
The debate's on whether buildings are experiments or not.
Serious? That's not serious, is it?
No, the debate is
they
over.
Seem to be.
Them using
You know, most of them fall down pretty quick these days. They're not built right.
Fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash.
Due to office fires.
What is this debate going to be about at this stage, John? Because Ruhef seems to change it into something that he wants it to be. You know,
I understand that, and I'm sympathetic to his plight, but it's not a debate. He's going to be using flat Earth angles in a flat Earth model to assert the globe. He has nowhere to go. I feel bad for him, kind of.
Waxy, please can you mute unless you've got something to add?
Oh, my bad.
So it's kind of a debate on a not debatable topic, I guess is what it's come down to.
he doesn't know that yet, though, does he? You're the only person in that debate that realizes that, I think, at this age.
That's the only reason I agree.
He'd have just jumped headlong into it, wouldn't he?
Do you think that he does know that then, Nathan? Or a bit more aware of it?
What are you going to say, John?
Oh, I don't think he realizes the implications. I think there's like a nagging fear maybe on the backside of his mind that he's been able to push away. I'm just going to point out, where he's wrong. That's all I can do.
Maybe you're right, Arwin. Or was it Arwin that said it?
What?
Whoever just said he doesn't know yet.
Yeah, that was me. I was thinking that maybe he's not even fully aware yet that there isn't a debate. That only John is the only person that's aware that there isn't a debate. Whereas Ruhif thinks he has a debate or a chance.
No, they have no chance. No, none. I guarantee it. I guarantee. Arwinian guarantee. Nothing. They still have plenty of delusion to go, though. So they will keep on going on just that. but it's going to get more chaotic. And yeah, they're going to run into personal life trouble because of like how deluded they've become. So that's my prediction.
Well, I would say that Ruhef has some idea. I have to go kind of with what Nathan said. He must have some idea, because you were right, Nathan, to point that out, because he hasn't gone headlong into it. He hasn't gone, yeah, let's debate. He keeps on trying to corner the debate into a place that he thinks he can win or has an argument. He keeps on trying to make it, this debate is about such and such a thing, and it's going to be about that specific thing, and that's what the debate is going to be about now, and that's the end of that now. Do you know what I mean? It's like, we can't talk about black or red or blue, we must only talk about white and green. Do you know what I mean? There's no way we're allowed to talk about the other colours. It's kind of like, it's like he knows there's something wrong, but he's trying to pigeonhole the thing into a situation where he thinks he'll be safe, not realising the very topic he wants to debate about, there is no safety. If you know what I mean.
He's just trying to hide out, but he doesn't realize he's weakening over time. Like, by hiding out like that, you don't develop, you weaken while we grow, while we weaponize everything that's on our path for the truth.
Well, John, are you familiar with all of the flat Earth models?
Oh no, I don't really need to be either. I'm willing to defend any one of them. Just
if you want to, you could use NASA's website, download the PDF. They have like hundreds of references to flat Earth. Somewhere in there, I quote, a model frequently used is that of a flat, non-rotating Earth. You could just pick any one of them.
My prediction is
frequently used. Frequently used.
Eli, go on, no tanks.
My prediction is that you're going to be trying to prove that the Earth is flat, and he's going to be asserting that proving that the sky is curved, and then he's going to associate the sky to the ground. That's how I've seen his arguments go before.
Yeah, he'll need an angle measurement though, won't he, for that? What's he going to need to make any assertions about angular relationships in the sky?
How is he going to prove a curved sky without showing an orthographic celestial sphere model? You know what I mean? He won't be able to do that. You can't prove the sky is curved. But the celestial sphere model is just an orthographic representation, so we can use angles orthographically to describe what we're seeing in the perspective view.
I was going to say, but the big reason that I'm fine with any model is because he will be using that celestial sphere, right? And I don't think he's accepted that it's a flat Earth model yet. But it obviously is. And that's the model I want to focus on, is one that he's going to be claiming that he thinks is a globe.
Yeah, what I see from him is you're going to be focusing on the ground, and he's going to be focusing on the sky, and it's going to be difficult to get him back to the ground. That's all.
Well, he can't focus on the sky without using the ground, or he won't have any way to make measurements.
I've heard that dude's arguments about 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. Once he starts talking about that, he kills himself, essentially. Like, me and him got into that one day about, being on the water, and every nautical mile he goes, Polaris dips, and he ended up saying how it was physically impossible for humans to do that till GPS came out, which was like, 1995? It's just, it gets ridiculous talking to that guy.
Yeah, that would be an angular measurement. It would be flat Earth. All elevation angles, the Polaris are flat Earth elevation angles. The horizontal of that right angle triangle has to go from the observer to the GP of Polaris, which when you get to the equator is going to be 5,400 horizontal miles. You can't have angles on a globe. Angular measurements aren't possible on a globe. Can't be had. There is no perspective.
Right, mapping a globe would be quite a hazard to do. Actually, it would be a geometric challenge to basically get the real map if the Earth was actually a globe. But the thing is, it's not a globe; it's flat, and there's a celestial apparent sphere, and this makes it like pretty easy to coordinate based on this reality. So, yeah, good luck imagining that the Earth is a globe, but reality is still stuck to just how it really works.
Yeah, it is amazing that there's no straight lines, even in their imagination of the globe. There's no like period, amen, no straight lines anywhere. Straight
They
line doesn't
claim they
exist.
have one.
Right through the center of the Earth, like. Yeah.
They claim that there's a tangent to that the horizon is a tangent point, and you have a straight line of sight to that horizon until the black swan. That was the only straight line, and they got rid of that 2 years ago.
That's not correct. They have a straight line straight through their equator. Celestial sphere model.
No, to assert it's a sphere. The celestial sphere model is a flat Earth model. Not that. I'm talking about to say you live on.
All right, sorry. Surface. Okay, sorry.
Well, even that one, they wouldn't imagine as a straight and level line. They would, you know.
Ask any one of them to show you how 60 nautical miles per degree is possible without a right angle triangle, without a 90 degrees. Can't. It's not possible. It requires the right angle triangle. Because that's what we use when we're taking elevation angles to Polaris.
I just can't imagine living in a conception where eventually, if you think about your concept of a ball long enough, that there's no such thing as a straight line, even on paper. Like just no such thing. It would be a strange world to live in.
Well, think about how funny this is, though. Think about how funny this is. The difference, the dip angle difference between eye level and surface level is what they've been asserting is curvature, right? But you got 2 levels in that. It's bad. I mean, it's just bad for them.
Globe's bad. Globe's bad.
All nautical miles are conversions from minutes of degree. Minutes of degree taken from 90 degrees. Angular, flat Earth. You can't have nautical miles without flat Earth. We do have nautical miles because the Earth is flat. And when they start showing you the celestial sphere model and them getting 60 nautical miles from the center of their globe, ask them where the origins of their radius came from to create that globe. That came from the flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris, which gave us the 60 nautical miles per degree. It's so easily to calculate. There's nothing in it. They have nothing. Look for their origins and history of their radius. They have nothing. Apologies.
He has convinced himself that it's proven in France that with measuring Polaris and the meter, etc., and that's our origin and proof and cause and effect all in one. Was it France?
There was a radius measured in France. Is that what he's saying?
There
was a radius measured in France. Yeah, and was that the radius, the origins of the radius? Is what he's claiming, yeah? And this involved Polaris?
Seems so.
Yeah, and was that angular measurements to Polaris?
Seems so.
Yeah, so there you go again. He ruins himself again. He should have stuck with Mount Canago and trying to claim the horizon was geometric.
Alrighty then.
Is that your final answer?
Dun, dun, dun.
I know what you're thinking.
Here he comes.
Did he shoot 6 or only 5? I can tell you in all this excitement, I kind of lost track myself. So you have to ask yourself a question. Do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
I guess not.
That's a good. Yeah. You understand his mentality.
I don't think he's gonna pick up that gun, QE.
The part
I
where he
always
just
hope
seen.
they will. I'm always hoping they will, sir.
There's a part where he has a new partner. I think it's in the second movie. He has a new partner. And they're after just seeing 2 dead bodies or something like that near a shoreline. And they go up and get into the car, and Harry says to him, I'm hungry. Do you feel like getting a burger? And the man says to him, he says, you can eat after seeing that. After seeing what? They just pulled it off. He didn't care.
Was it with the guy? Was it with the guy or the girl? Remember the girl partner?
With the Yeah, but I think that was the third one, or it was with. It was a guy. It was a guy. A black guy was his partner.
Oh,
I think it was
right.
the second
Yeah,
movie.
I know what you're talking about. Remember the girl, the new girl partner, and he was going down. He was in San Francisco. He was going down to the Fillmore district, and they're on their way down. And he goes, "Yeah, we're headed down to Fillmore, something to that effect." And he said it's the VFW of the Fillmore district. And she goes, VFW? He goes, yeah, very few whites.
He was raw.
All right. All righty then. Is that it?
I don't know.
It's a nursery. I'm here for a while.
Dude,
where's the wife and the kids?
Nursery, as you said, that's why I'm still around.
I figured as much. You're putting me in sort of a dilemma.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're extending this show. I wasn't expecting that. I have stuff to do, but I find it against my better judgment to leave the show while the show's still live. I don't think I've ever done that before. Thanks for your concern.
Yeah, I'm not twisting your arm.
I didn't say you were.
Nathan, you padding, bro?
What?
It's a self-induced dilemma.
Padding, bro.
Padding. Say it 5 or 6 more times.
Maybe Eli or Neil has something to say.
No, not at the moment. Who's this guy, Rufus? I've been speaking to those guys over at Geos, and you can only talk for so long before your brain turns to ooze.
How about Bill
Is
Gates'
that Jane
house
Fonda's
being
server?
burned down here in the Netherlands?
Here we go. I knew Arwen was going to say something.
Yep.
So
how about
is
it?
uncanny.
Well, you asked me to talk, fam. I mean,
It's uncanny.
Did
he just say something? Yep, somebody's saying something. And this little echo going on, that's what you can do, Nathan. You got to figure out this echo.
Sorry.
No, Nathan, there's something for you to do.
It's me staying off mute, that's all. Sorry.
Is it? Huh. So when you're off mute, or mute, as we use the parlance of our time, if you stay off mute, then it echoes?
Yeah, that's noise coming back from my speakers into my microphone. That's what feedback is.
I got you. Okay, back to the point. So, Elijah, you are over at Jane Fonda's server.
is that what you call it? Yeah.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah, we were talking about a refraction for no reason.
Did you ask him to
It's
define it?
nothing. Say again?
Did you ask him to define refraction?
No.
What? Why would anyone do that, right?
It's way too complex for the normie, Kiwi. Come on.
Well, Rufus is definitely not a normie. He's just learning and capable.
He just doesn't want to know. He's just headstrong, stubborn, dumb.
Rufus, I think.
Who's Rufus?
Eli.
Well, that's what his
Rufus?
name is Rufus or Doofus or some shit like that.
Roofy.
Is that him? I don't know.
An Australian lad. Fella from Australia. Eli.
Nah.
I must have the wrong fella then. This fella from Rufus is from Australia.
He was double speaking the whole way through. It was just funny. At some point, I said, guys, I'm out of here.
Is it Doofus Manfred you're talking about? Because there is a baller called Doofus Manfred.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
But that's not Rufus.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a real doofus. He follows right after his namesake. Okay, we have Extremistus back again. And maybe this would be in whose wheelhouse? Brian. So Extremistus says, I'll post it in Master B. We see 1 degree per 69 miles, 60 nautical miles in parentheses. That is what we observe in nature. That is not possible on a flat plane. Over to you, Brian.
Yeah, would that be 1 degree of angular measurement? Something that is a measurement of perspective. An angle to Polaris, which is an elevation angle, which requires a horizontal baseline between the observer and the GP at Polaris. Is that what he's talking about? That would be perspective. That would be angular measurement. That would be impossible without a flat Earth, and impossible on a globe, because globe mathematics is orthographic. There is no angular measurement possible in orthographic, because we can't see in orthographic. We can only see in perspective frontal view. And to take those angles, we need a flat plane, a flat horizontal to the Earth. And that's what we use when we do it. So 1 degree, which is 60 nautical miles, is 60 minutes of degree. 60 minutes within 1 degree. Minutes of degree, minutes of angular measurement. Flat Earth. I think he's trying to hijack reality again and call it a globe, because that sounded like that to me. In reality, we can blah blah blah. Can't do that with a flat Earth. That is like flat Earth is not reality. That's what he's trying to say, isn't it? It's only a globe is reality.
I don't know what he's trying to say. He's certifiable retard. I can't divine this level of Dunning-Kruger. It's out of my scope. Then he has the gall. Somebody answers him. He says, "Be quiet." He spelled it wrong. "Be quiet. The adults are talking." And while he's on mute and deafen. You can't make this shit up.
Be quiet, the adults are talking.
La la la
Be
la
quiet.
la la.
Be quiet.
Sounds like he's trying to stick his fingers in his ears and like just he's blocked. He
You
can't
know who's
go.
really depressed? Who's really depressed are all the baltards that come barreling on in here at the end of the show to make a fool out of themselves. They have to wait a little bit longer, Nathan.
Oh, right. They have to wait for me to round out, do they?
Yes, sir.
I see. I suppose I better do exactly that. So with that, I'll say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a day! What a lovely day!